joining, because it is workshop for such a short notice. It was organized in a rather short period of time, which is the result of this problem, those problems with COVID. I suppose you all also have in your academic institutions. And I must admit that we are still in transferring, fully transferring to doing our work on internet. So these kind of little technical troubles that we are having right now with adjusting different technical elements of this workshop could be explained in the framework of our transfer to fully functioning at the internet and online. I mean, we are a very small institution, and I suppose that our technical support is not so developed. Sorry.
My camera's not working, which means you won't see me simultaneously watching the football.
Okay, you will give us the result from time to time.
Sviđa mi se taj mission control u IPU. To je jako dobro. Da vidim.
Da. Što vidiš?
Pa vidim tebi i Sanje u posebni kutije, ali i u mission controlu na IPU. To je jako dobro.
A slušaj, kad nismo bogati koji je ekonomski institut, pa da imamo svoju information section division ili whatever.
Ok, ćeš ti? Ti si mute svaki put kad sam se prvo mute, jer ja ću 2 put kužiš. Hey, I hope that everyone can hear me and see me twice. So I think we should start. I see that people are still coming, but this will be just introductory, the introductory remarks, so that we can start in a bit more relaxed manner. So I want to greet everyone. Thank you for joining the online research workshop. Thank you for the interest. We received quite a number of registered participants. So to introduce myself, I am Sanja Horvatinčić. Next to me, Ljiljana Kolešnik, the principal investigator of the project, and Tihana Puc. You can see on the screen where we are, the three of us. We are currently sitting in the library of the Institute of Art History, the institution which is hosting this event. When we planned to organize this workshop, unfortunately, the conditions were still not allowing any kind of live meetings, and the prospects were not good. So we had to decide to do it virtually. But at least in this way, we wanted to compensate for this complete, we wanted to be in one room. Let's put it that way. So I want to specially greet and thank for joining our guest lectures that will be here with us for today and tomorrow. Dina Ramadan, Miguel Rojas Sotelo, Nancy Adajania, David Murphy, Elodie Lebeau, Jelena Vesic, Darinka Pop-Mitic, Hala Halim, and Isabel Plante. So that was the order of appearance in the next 2 days. And right at the beginning, I'm just obliged to share with you a few technical details. So we will be on Zoom, and we currently are today and tomorrow from 4 to 7:30 p.m. And the links on YouTube, we will put them in chat so that you can share if anybody wants to join. Also, today and tomorrow, as announced in the program, we will have 2 sessions with 2 lectures in each session. There will be a 15-minute break between the sessions in both days. So after the presentations, we will have time for questions and discussions. We welcome all of you to take part in the discussions. As you probably all know, but the idea is that you raise your hand virtually with the icon, or you write questions and comments in the chat box. Also, I have to say that due to the limited bandwidth, we are kindly asking you to have your cameras turned off. I mean, the participants, not the lecturers, but the participants who are following the workshop turned off, and sound turned off, unless you are commenting or posing questions. And in the end, I have to say and ask you to agree that this will be recorded for the eternal use and for the project reports. So I will ask now Tihana to say a few words about the workshop.
Ako ruski?
Ne, tako malo priče i malo liči.
Ako ona priča ko ruski nekako.
Malo.
So please, you have to turn off your sounds. Somebody is speaking. Maybe Jelena Vesic. I don't know. Just please keep. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you again. And as I said, I would like to welcome everyone. And I'm very grateful that you're all participating in this workshop. This research workshop entitled Multiple Voices, Multiple Temporalities, Imaginaries of Cultural and Political Resistance is the first workshop in a series of workshops that will be organized within the collaborative research project, Globe Exchange, Models and Practices of Global Cultural Exchange and Non-Aligned Movement, research in the spatio-temporal cultural dynamics, which is conducted at the Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Ljubljana in Slovenia, and at the Institute of Art History in Zagreb here in Croatia. The project started in 2020 and it will end in 2023. And I would like to give the floor now to Barbara Predan, who is a project leader from the Academy of Fine Arts and Design of the University of Ljubljana, and afterwards to Ljiljana Kolesnik, who is principal investigator here at the Institute of Art History in Zagreb, and they will say a word about the project and about the workshop itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ivana. Distinguished lecturers, colleagues, participants, and guests, it is my great honor to welcome you all to the research workshop, Multiple Voices, Multiple Temporalities, Imaginaries of Cultural and Political Resistance. This is the first in a series of workshops that will be organized within the interdisciplinary collaborative research project, as it was already mentioned, titled Models and Practices of Global Cultural Exchange and Non-Aligned Movement, which is conducted by the University of Ljubljana, Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Slovenia, and the Institute of Art History in Zagreb, Croatia. Our research focuses on the models and practices of international cultural exchange in relation to the dynamics in the global cultural field. We are exploring the concept of the non-aligned movement and its cultural role, focusing on the different and overlapping temporalities. The latter are a frequently overlooked but telling symptom. Despite its elusive nature, we believe that this symptom can provide the foundation for confronting the currently dominant cultural political narratives. For this reason, we will try to show that the anti-imperialist and anti-colonial struggles, offshoots of the Second World War, which endured into the latter half of the 20th century, used the non-aligned movement to punch holes into the partitions that divided the world at the time. But our work, our research, must not stop here. Linda Tuivai-Smith brilliantly formulated our challenge. Knowledge and the power to define what counts as real knowledge lie at the epistemic core of colonialism. During the upcoming years of research, we will be, among other challenges, forced to confront the Western academic canon. Today's workshop is the first step in this direction. I'm thankful to the Croatian team for their hard work and insightful program. And I'm very much looking forward to 2 intriguing, thought-provoking days. Ljiljana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Tihana, for introducing me. I'm Lina Kolesnik. I'm the principal investigator at the Croatian team. We are a group of interdisciplinary researchers. And as Barbara said, we are set to research the practices of cultural exchange in the Cold War period, the practices of cultural exchange focusing on Yugoslavia's relations with East and West, but also on Yugoslav practices of cultural exchange with the non-aligned country. Since the Barbara provided all the basic information about the project, I would just add, or perhaps try to describe the way how we are approaching and interpreting non-aligned movements, geopolitical and geocultural space. We are approaching it as an unstable, ever-changing cluster of diverse cultural and artistic practices involved in a large and largely unexplored complex network of political and cultural solidarity, supporting exchange among and between the countries of the global south and closely related to the common political agenda of decolonization. Our intention is actually to be able, at the end of the research we are conducting at this project, to try and juxtapose different mappings of the political and cultural locations and hubs on that ever-changing map of non-aligned cultural space. Starting from the idea that from whichever point at this map you try to define or describe what actually non-aligned countries' cultural spaces, it looks different, and it's changing through the 1960s and 70s very drastically and very dynamically, um, encompassing and including different emancipatory initiatives, some of which we are included into the politics or close to the politics of non-alignment, and the others which is developing somewhere at its edges or beyond the non-aligned movement. We are trying to approach them as an integral whole and try to see how those practices, which are developed very often along with the networks of support and solidarity with the anti-colonial resistance, affect and change the dynamics of the global art scene, regardless of the fact that it is something that we could talk about and recognize and try to think about only relatively recently. As such a huge research, which assumes also the research of the cultural politics and the position of culture within the non-aligned politics, is a very complex task. It assumes a teamwork and collaboration with the researchers from different locations on that non-aligned map. So this, one of the aims of this workshop and the following workshops that will be organized in the framework of this project is aimed at strengthening the common understanding and promote cooperation between our research groups and researchers from other locations within cultural and geocultural space with different disciplinary and theoretical backgrounds. This workshop is organized thematically around cultural phenomena framed by ideas of transnational transcontinental cooperation and exchange. Today we shall talk about biennial and perennial exhibitions organized in Africa, Asia, and Latin America between mid-1950s and the end of the 80s. That is about the Alexandria Biennale, Havana Biennale, and Biennale India as points of transcontinental cultural encounters and exchange between the third world countries, and as of platforms for questioning the hegemonic concept of European and American high modernism. We shall also hear the presentation on the first World Festival of Negro Art, which took place in Dakar in 1966, as amongst the other, the first immediate post-colonial encounter between African public and African artistic diaspora, approached from the perspective of the Cold War, Pan-Africanism, and decolonization. Just a brief information about tomorrow, when we shall be discussing correlations between and possibilities of connections among networks of cultural and political solidarity operating outside of NAM's geocultural space, or at the points of its interactions with the key locations of the anti-colonial resistance. The session will focus on the Chilean Museum of Solidarity, on the international literary and cultural magazine Lotus, and on the Cuban posters, introducing into the story of cultural exchange and encounters both experiences of Yugoslavia and the NAM's cultural exchange with the countries of the Eastern Bloc. Still another very important research topic that should be taken into account at this project concerning the emancipatory objectives of the engagement of both Eastern Bloc and Yugoslavia within the non-aligned movement. So without further ado, I want to thank you all for participating in this workshop. And without further ado, I will like to hand over to the colleague Petja Grafenauer from Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Ljubljana, who is the moderator of our first session. Thank you.
Hello to everybody. I'm of course joining the thanks to everybody participating, and of course to the Institute for the organization. As Liliana already told us, we'll be talking about biennials and triennials. And if it at first seemed in the 19th that that was the time of the biennials, today we know that the whole history of them is outlined before us. Furthermore, the important biennials of that time were necessarily not based in the art world centers, but sprung up in the art peripheries such as Japan, India, former Yugoslavia, Cuba, Egypt, and so forth. Several of them were intricately connected with the public and policies of the non-aligned movement. Today, we will listen to the histories of Biennale of Alexandria, which was established in 1955, the same year as the International Ljubljana Biennial of Graphic Arts in former Yugoslavia, or Documenta in Kassel in Germany. It will be presented by a paper by Dina A. Ramadan, and the Havana Biennial, established 1984, will be presented by Miguel Rojas Sotelo. Dina A. Ramadan is an assistant professor of Arabic at Bard College. She is currently completing a book manuscript entitled The Education of Taste, Art, Aesthetic, and Subject Formation in Colonial Egypt. She is a senior editor of Arab Studies Journal and the founding member of the Association for Modern and Contemporary Art of Arab World, Iran, and Turkey, AAMCA for short. She will be talking about the Alexandria Biennial with the paper titled Reimagining the Mediterranean, the Alexandria Biennial, an exhibition of third worldism. I would ask her to start with her paper. She has 30 minutes and then maybe 15 minutes for talk and questions.
Hello?
You're being heard.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, I've been having some technical problems, so I wasn't sure. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited to be part of the conversation today. I'm just going to share my screen. Before I begin to So today I'm going to be talking about the Alexandria Biennial, which was founded in 1955, and thinking about it as part of what has been referred to as a second wave of biennials from that were established between the 1950s and 1980s, and which has just been mentioned, tended to be outside of the sort of Western metropoles of art, and as such pose certain challenges to that hegemony over artistic production. So today I'm going to be thinking about the way that we can think about the Alexandria Biennial within this context. So in an interview with the artist and art historian Asma Demisteshi in 1985, Hüseyin Sobhi, founder of the Alexandria Biennial, recalled the event's inception. As the director of the Alexandria municipality, Sobhi had become something of a patron of the arts, founding the Museum of Fine Arts in 1954. When Sobhi began thinking about establishing a biennial, which he ultimately oversaw until his death in 1987, he approached the Spanish consul, who expressed great enthusiasm. According to Sobhi, both the Spanish consul and his Italian counterpart had had a similar idea, and there was some contention over which country should host the event. Sobhi swept in at the right time, and the Spanish consul was relieved to have him diffuse the situation by taking over. After receiving Madrid's support, Sobhi then approached other consulates and began to plan the event. In Sobhi's narrative, the biennial is presented as one that was desirable to different countries, with several contenders competing to host it. Initially, the Italian consulate suggested that each edition of the biennial be hosted in a different city in the Mediterranean basin. However, Sobhi insisted on securing a permanent home for the biennial in Alexandria. Both Sobhi and Osteshi established the biennial as a monumentous event, one that different countries vied to host. Mediterraneanism and a biennial to institutionalize it appears as historical inevitabilities in this narrative. The biennial's myth of origin, both in its contemporaneous and historical articulations, posit the Mediterranean as both a natural category, one that is geographically grounded, but also spontaneous. Sobhi's struggle is primarily with the Italians, who already host the world's oldest and arguably most important art exhibition. That he should triumph over such a worthy opponent makes his victory all the more impressive. The comparison and competition with Venice continued to shape Sobhi's vision of his city's biennial. In his introductory note to the catalogue of the third biennial, which took place in December 1959, Sobhi evidenced the Mediterranean's role in the modern world by identifying two of its cities, Venice and Alexandria, as makers of modern art, by virtue of both having biennials. The limited scholarship on the Alexandria Biennial, Egypt and the region's longest running international exhibition, reflects the place that Alexandria has occupied in local Arab and Western imaginings since the late 19th century. It is both a celebration and a mourning of Alexandria as the quintessential Mediterranean cosmopolitan city, while failing to see the degree to which the city's cosmopolitanism is often complicit with colonialism. This approach also misses the opportunity to interrogate what this event can teach us about a Mediterraneanism expansively and fluidly imagined, beyond the confines of colonial cosmopolitanism, and as part of a decolonial and non-alignment movement. Inaugurated on July 26, 1955, by President Gamal Abdel Nasser, in celebration of the third anniversary of the July Revolution, the Alexandria Biennial for Mediterranean countries was held in the Museum of Fine Arts and included 561 works by 265 artists from 8 participating countries: Egypt, France, Greece, Italy, Lebanon, the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, Spain, and Syria. It took place just months after the Bonn Conference and a year before Nasser's speech announcing his decision to nationalize the Suez Canal Company. At the time of its establishment, the Alexandria Biennial was the world's third art biennial after Venice, and Sao Paulo. It was the only such event in the Middle East and Africa, and unlike the Ljubljana Biennial of Graphic Arts, which was founded the same year and has been specifically linked to the non-alignment cultural politics, the Alexandria Biennial was organized around the Mediterranean basin, which might appear reminiscent of Egypt's ancien regime and its pre-revolution intellectual and cultural politics. And in fact, it does demonstrate the persistence of such models well into the Nasserist era. However, a closer look reveals how the event, conceived against the backdrop of Nasserism and Third Worldism, imagined and re-inscribed the Mediterranean as a much more polyvalent space, a transnational rather than regional one. It is precisely the fluidity of the Mediterranean that functioned as a malleable category of classification and national identity in a time of flux. Different editions of the event emphasize different aspects of this identity. Neither definitively Arab nor European, these 1950s and 60s articulations of the Mediterranean transcended East and West and bridged 3 continents at once. I argue that the biennial offers, through its expansive and inclusive curatorial interpretations of the Mediterranean, a platform for new and alternative artistic and aesthetic dialogues at an important moment of decolonization and global realignment. This is not to suggest that the biennial was conceived of as such, but to consider the ways in which it might have functioned in these ways, despite its organizer's intentions. But equally instructive are the subsequent tensions and limitations of these potential exchanges, and by extension, their potential solidarities. In other words, the biennial holds both the possibilities for the doing and undoing of solidarity. The Alexandria Biennial, like its predecessors, adopted the structure of national pavilions, usually organized by local consulates. A group of about 20 countries participated on and off in the biennial, and in the event's earliest editions, the number of pavilions varied between 7 and 10. There were also occasional non-Mediterranean guests. For example, on several occasions, Sudan was included in the Egyptian pavilion. The list of participants often reflected both the continuities and changes in the regional and international political and cultural landscape. It is perhaps not surprising that the Spanish, Greek, French, and Italian participation was most consistent over the years, given their established official cultural presence in the city. The Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia took part in every edition until its dissolution, using the forum, similar to the way that it used Sao Paulo, as an opportunity to promote itself as a non-alignment leader within this third world cultural context. I'll return to the Yugoslav participation, which points to the non-alignment possibilities of the biennial shortly. In the earliest editions of the biennial, they reveal a great deal about the kind of art that was being collected in Alexandria, Egypt at the time. With resources being somewhat limited, consulates often created their pavilions based on pieces that were readily available. For example, France's pavilion in the first biennial relied on works from foreigners and Egyptians' private collections of French modern art. From this collection, we get a sense of elite taste in mid-century Alexandria. There was a clear appreciation of the school of Paris artists, and particularly for expressionists, fauvists, and cubist painting on the part of both local and foreign collectors. French participation was halted for 4 editions due to their role in the tripartite progression. As the early structure of the biennial illustrates, there was an emphasis on showcasing as many artists and artworks as possible. The curatorial focus on quantity shaped a number of pavilions. For example, initially organizers of the Egyptian representation issued an open call in the national press that invited artists to submit works for consideration, as opposed to the nomination system that would later be adopted and would result in fewer participants. Consequently, throughout the earliest editions of the biennial, the Egyptian pavilion was quite impressive in terms of scale. Participation in the Egyptian wing was not strictly based on national identity. Both quote-unquote Egyptian and foreigners and foreign artists residing in Egypt were eligible and encouraged to take part. Despite retroactive readings of the 1950s and 1960s as a time of quick consolidating and exclusionary identities, we see that local and foreign were by no means distinct and fixed. The guidelines of biennial participation demonstrate that understandings of identity were not just fluid, but also pragmatic. Similarly, the Lebanese pavilion in the first edition was curated by Charles Zahar, one of the founders of the Museum of Fine Arts in Alexandria, and culled mostly from his collection. As well as pieces by George Combe and Omar Umsi, the pavilion was dominated by the work of George Saber, the Alexandrian painter of Syro-Lebanese descent. It was this pragmatism and focus on scale, I argue, that inadvertently allowed for the inclusion and expansion of participation, and moving beyond the traditional focus of the Greco-Roman conceptions of the Mediterranean into an exhibition that looked more south and east. For the purposes of this conversation, the Yugoslav participation is most striking. The critic and founder of the 1959 Zagreb collective, Gorgana, Putar was the curator of the first Yugoslav pavilion. Despite being young, Putar had an influential position within the newly founded Yugoslav section of the International Association of Art Critics, the AICA, and he used this opportunity to showcase younger artists. The pavilion included fellow Gorgana members Giuseppe Vanicia and members of the Experimental Atelier 51, which was an interdisciplinary collective of artists and architects based in Zagreb, which was formed to protest against the dominance of officially sanctioned socialist realism and the condemnation of all forms of abstraction and motifs unacceptable to communist doctrine. His decision to leave out the established artists of the older and middle generations from a prestigious international exhibition led to the Council of the ULUH to release a notorious signed denunciation condemning the hijacking of the pavilion by the pretentious ambitions of an individual critic to be the arbiters and judges of artistic production in Croatia on the basis of personal connections and sympathies and their own exclusive inclinations and tendencies. While admitting that the artists he chose were mostly from the younger generation, Putar claimed that they were drawn neither from the right nor from the left wing of stylistic tendencies. The artists that he selected were engaged with questions of their relationship to artistic trends on both sides of the cultural pole that can loosely be defined as a struggle between abstraction and socialist realism, eagerly advocating an openness to art. Scholars of the Biennial of Graphic Arts in Ljubljana have argued that it was one of the so-called biennials of the South. It emphasized regionalism and attempted to redefine cultural networks across geopolitical divides. The makeup of the Yugoslav pavilion is significant at a time when Egyptian artists are about to enter a phase of socialist realism as the Nacist regime increasingly focused on the political role of cultural producers. I would like to end by turning to the Alexandria Biennial as a venue where Arab artists could exhibit alongside each other. And oftentimes these artists were representing their countries for the first time as independent nations. For example, both Morocco and Tunisia began participating in the second biennial, which was held in December 1957, although Libya and Algeria's participation would come much later. Inversely, Palestinian participation began only after the 1967 war. Lebanon's participation, however, was consistent until 1973. The Alexandria Biennial was a site for exchange for Arab artists. Pavilion curators talked about their excitement to participate. During the years of the United Arab Republic, the two countries participated as one national pavilion, divided into a northern and southern section, each with its own curator and curatorial statements. In his design for the catalog cover, Sif Wenli explicitly highlights the political significance of the third edition. So we have the cover here by Sif Wenli, which shows that the way that an easel occupies the length of the right-hand side of the cover. Two streaks of paint, red and black, splash carelessly across the easel, separated by a white stripe and the two green stars of the flag for the United Arab Republic. Coming out from behind it, the silhouette of a female figure, statuesque, seated on the waves. In her hands, she holds a small boat with two sails, perhaps representing the two countries in the Union, or simply emphasizing the sea as an expansive, unifying force. The short-lived unity between the two Arab countries, one of the few political manifestations of Arab nationalism, is clearly being emphasized here. However, when he articulates this through the twin registers of the artistic and the nautical, rather than exclusively through Arab nationalist symbols. The celebration of the Union thus becomes a celebration of new artistic traditions. In the introduction to the pavilion, the Syrian Minister of Culture repeatedly points to the similarities but also individuality of Syrian artists. Syrian painter Adam Ismail, who served as the art advisor for the Ministry of Culture under the United Arab Republic, was the curator of the Syrian wing, which included artists such as Robert Malki, Rashad, Afif Behnesi, Mahmoud Hamed, and sought to display all of the different movements in the Syrian art scene. However, many more Egyptian artists and the catalogue, however, there were many more Egyptian artists that participated in the pavilion, and the catalogue contains almost no information about Syrian participation beyond their names and the title of their works. This mirification of the pavilion reveals the fragility and limitations that categorize the short-lived experiment in Arab unity. Syria does not participate in the biennial for the following 3 editions. In response to the question in 1956 questionnaire in the Beirut-based journal Al-Adab, where do our arts stand with regards to the consciousness that is blossoming in the Arab nation, Syrian painter Fatah Mudarris, who participates in the first biennial, comments that the reason for the chaos can be found in the exhibitions held in Cairo, Alexandria, Beirut, Damascus, Aleppo, and Baghdad have become clear. There is no close coordination between the governments and the painters, sculptors, musicians, architects, and authors. Nor is there any sense that this collaboration is lacking, nor is there even any sense that this collaboration is lacking. In general, Arab participation in the biennial was not always strong or consistent, oftentimes because of other conflicting priorities they had and other events that on the cultural calendar. So therefore, in many instances, it mirrors the possibilities, but also the limitations of the solidarities offered by the forum of the Alexandria Biennial.
Thank you, Professor Ramadan. Are there any questions? You can do it by raising hands, visually, or also writing in the chat. I, of course, am very interested in your speech was and have loads of questions. But the first and that comes to mind and is really important for me, I'm investigating the Ljubljana Graphical Biennial, would be the importance actually of consulates in preparing such exhibitions as Alexandria Biennial, and I'm also finding out except also the Graphic Arts Biennial in Ljubljana. So maybe a comment on that.
Yes, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for that point. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something I try and highlight in several of the early, especially in several of the early editions of the book, whether it's the French participation, for example, or even participation, you know, in the formation of the Syrian pavilion, or the Lebanese pavilion, as I mentioned. In both of those cases, and it's not even limited to those countries, I think that there was a lot of the organizing was happening through the consulates, and so it would oftentimes be the cultural consulate who would be the curator of the platform, with few exceptions. And so there was definitely, I think, a lot of times the selection reflects those movements and the collections that were maybe readily available. So I think in many ways we can learn about like what people were collecting in Egypt at the time from these participating countries, maybe more so than what the maybe art movements in those countries might have been. I think it tells us about sort of artistic taste of collectors in Egypt, because that's how a lot of these pavilions were being shaped. And I think similarly, we also get a sense of these fluidity of identities, that oftentimes in order to make the pavilions robust, you had to have sort of an expansive understanding of who counted as Lebanese or who counted as even Egyptian in some cases. And so I think the ways in which it also pushes us to sort of rethink what a national pavilion is, because of a very pragmatic approach of, there's a lot of emphasis in the early writings on the biennial about quantity, and about wanting to make sure that there's a robust representation, and the numbers of each artist in each pavilion is something that's really highlighted, much more actually than what stylistic choices the artists are using in those pavilions. So that there's really that kind of emphasis allows for a lot to happen that might seem contradictory at times, right? So where you might expect a country like Yugoslavia to only be exhibiting a work that has a particular kind of political affiliation, it's actually much more broader, which I think is also what some of the conversations around the Ljubljana biennial have also revealed, this sort of curation of the consulate curation, basically.
Yeah, and looking for Western modernism. I have thank you, and I have many more questions, but I see that Professor Sotelo is also raising his hand, so please.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you, Petja, so much. Yeah, following this comment is the issue of the process of democratization that comes after World War II, right? And this issue of numbers, right? Representation, number of artists, number of pieces, square footage, etc. But a part of that, I'm interested in a little bit more on the conceptual dimension, Dina, because of Alexandria, its location, its long history, right, as an archival space, right, the great library, right, this archival in the cradle of Western civilization somehow, right? We can connect, Egypt and the Mediterranean as the cradle of civilization, and the whole issue of Alexandria as this great place that we lost, right? Then conceptually, that's an interesting issue that I will like to hear more from you. And also the way of how this thing came to be, right, in terms of cultural policy in the country at the time, right? It has to be an investment. Actually, there is an investment, a large investment for these events to happen. Who is behind this? What kind of cultural policies behind it? And what kind of internal and external forces are shaping the creation and the maintaining of this Biennale for the time that it existed? Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe I can start with the second part of your question first about the cultural politics, and then I can discuss sort of Alexandria's history, although I see that Professor Halim is on this panel too, and so I'm reluctant to speak with much authority on this subject, since this is her area of expertise, and I've learned a lot from her research on this. But just to sort of address the place that this falls in terms of the cultural politics at the time. So this event predates the establishment of the Ministry of Culture in Egypt, which happens in 1958. And I guess one of the things I try and highlight in my research on the biennial is the way that it simultaneously shows an extension of a kind of pre-1952 cultural politics by choosing the Mediterranean as this space that is so loaded and this kind of Mediterraneanism as a kind of cosmopolitanism that is mourned, and sort of it reflects some of those ideas, I think. but then the ways in which it simultaneously pushes us to think about the Mediterranean in different ways. And so I think one of the interesting things about this event, and it was really, it was really Hacine Sobhi's kind of pet project that he sort of pushed through for many years and continued to support until his death in 1987. And so he was really the force behind the biennial. But I think it shows us some of the ways in which a certain kind of cultural politics within the fine arts continued following 1952. And so it pushes back, I think, against some of these narratives of rupture or like watershed moments, and shows actually that there's certain kinds of cultural approaches that continued, but then simultaneously, I think the ways in which it thinks about the Mediterranean differently is also what I think gives it the potential to be read in multiple ways. And some of the, and to sort of speak to the earlier question about its location in Alexandria, I think these multiple layers of the city and its history is something that's really focused on by the organizers in the first decades of the exhibition, especially in terms of the designs of the covers, of the poster, of the catalog covers, of the posters, of the medals. Elsewhere I've written about the ways in which the kind of multiple identities of Alexandria, its sort of Greco-Roman heritage, Egypt and its Pharaonic relationships, all of these things are emphasized in different moments by artists and organizers who are trying to frame this biennial as being many things at once. So, for example, in the catalog cover that I showed, that catalog is capturing the Egyptian-Syrian collaboration under the United Arab Republic, but there are other covers that choose to focus much more on Egypt's sort of Greco-Roman history and maybe a more traditional idea of what we would think of as Alexandria's Mediterraneanism. I'm not sure if that answered all of your questions.
Sure, thank you so much.
Thank you. I think Dr. Kuleshnik was next with the question. Yes?
Yes, I have, my question is rather short. I'm interested how the conflict with Israel affected Biennale. Was it discontinued? And also in relation to that conflict, was it possible, and which ways were used, which models of presentation were used by other Arab countries to react to that historical factor and the repression of the Palestinian on Biennale exhibitions? Did they react at all using their art?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a really good question, and I'll do my best to sort of answer it. So actually, yes, so definitely, for example, I think I mentioned at some point that that France, as part of its involvement in the tripartite aggression in 1956, alongside Israel and Britain, its participation was halted in the biennial during this period. Obviously, there was no Israeli participation and continues to be no Israeli participation in the biennial. But definitely over the years, like I mentioned, after 1967, the Palestinian Pavilion was established, and none of these participations are like very a consistent, like a constant or consistent. So countries are sort of participating on and off, and I think much of that is shaped by sort of maybe the geopolitical situation, but I think also at times different. I mean, it's very hard to just councils have different priorities, or they're putting their money into like different areas of and resources. So it's difficult to like trace entirely these participations. They're on and off oftentimes, depending on what the country's situation is. So after 1973, for example, Lebanon participates less and less. But definitely within Arab pavilions, particularly, for example, the Syrian pavilion, the idea of someone like Fatah Mdaris and several artists, the idea of the continued struggle, especially after 1967, and a sort of thinking about the role of the artist as part of not just regional solidarity, but also global solidarity became very important to movements across the region. So the Casablanca group was really concerned with some of these questions. Artists within the Syrian scene, but also Palestinian artists themselves, rethinking kind of the role and position of the artist after 1967, and how they needed to kind of reclaim some of that space, given what was perceived as a failure of the state or a misleading of the state in terms of where the Arab countries found themselves.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take the two more questions that we have. I think first was Rakesh, but Tabiala, I hope I'm spelling it correctly.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Thank you. It's a fantastic presentation, and I was so happy to be here.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I am a historian and worked on the 50s and 60s contemporary Indian history. And in that context, without reducing the cultural profile to politics, even then, I have 2 or 3 observations and a comment or a question. One, because you showed that photograph and Nehru, Nasser, and everyone is there. So 59 to me seems like a kind of high watermark of the Afro-Asian solidarity, which becomes non-aligned movement and all. So in that sense, do we or should we think this biennale as a kind of expression in some sense of that solidarity? The first. The second is a question which I have found in Indian case. 50s was a time when the institutionalization of the cultural articulation within the nation gets kind of articulated with the establishment of Academy of Letters, Academy of Fine Arts, Academy of Music in India under the Prime Ministership of Nehru, and its very extremely cultured education minister called Abul Kalam Azad, who was also a very erudite Arabic scholar. And these people also contributed a great deal in UNESCO's policy. So I was thinking, in case, because UNESCO was very active, and Indians and many Arab leaders were actually very active in UNESCO at that point of time. In fact, formulating its cultural policies. Do you think any of these get reflected in this biennial? Because coming just after somebody asked you a question about 56, coming just after that, it's a moment of assertion in a very positive sense. Does any of these things get articulated in the biennale without, I'm again emphasizing, I'm not reducing cultural expression to politics?
No. I really appreciate that that hesitation too of like what do we do? How do we read these events? I mean, the fact that it was inaugurated on on the celebration of the July Revolution is not, you know, it is obviously important and it's not a coincidence, right? But at the same time, to what degree can we read everything that's happening in these pavilions as direct sort of reflections or articulations of the political? And so I think that there's this constant tension between these two things. And I guess I've been trying over the last few years to think about how this biennial can both be an articulation of some of these movements that you're talking about, some of these non-alignment solidarities, and the way that some of those platforms are bringing together artists that are having these conversations from a non-alignment context. But then at the same time, to what degree does something about the curation and the limitations, and that we often see sometimes these disorganized pavilions that are coming together for various reasons, how does some of those factors also show some of the limitations of some of these discourses? So I guess I'm interested in the way that it can be both simultaneously, or that it's sometimes one and sometimes the other. Regarding the UNESCO question, I think I'm less sure about that, and I have to think about that more. But definitely it does make sense that this conversation also with the Indian context is really important. The establishment of institutions that you mentioned, such as arts institutions, some of that happens after 1952, but a lot of that work has also been happening since the early 20th century in Egypt. And so I think there's a way in which this biennial is also a continuation of some of these cultural policies and some of this sort of guardianship of the arts that Egyptian intellectuals and cultural producers have been involved in for the early decades of the 20th century.
Thank you. And we have time, I guess, for another more question by Hala Khalil.
Thank you. Dina, this was a very rich presentation, very eye-opening. Thank you very much for a lovely presentation. And I just wanted to hark back to the question of Alexandria's capacity as an archive and its relation to cosmopolitanism in general, and also to hark back to Rakesh's question, I think, regarding the Biennale's relationship to the Afro-Asian movement and so on. So I just want to briefly ask you how it is that in the sort of layered space of the Alexandria Biennale, which I once described as a Mediterranean hyphen, how it is that within that space you have both a harking back to previous earlier institutions that were squarely within the cosmopolitanism of Alexandria, and you were referring to the earlier institutions. And here I'm specifically thinking of L'Atelier d'Alexandrie, which was founded in the 1930s and hosted very important artists, some of them of European origin, Italian specifically, and how that comes to play into the formation of the Biennale later, that earlier archive. And I just wanted to mention the way in which you have participants within the very first rounds of the Biennale, and specifically the first one as translators, as Edouard El-Kharrat, for example, someone whom I'm going to talk about, an Egyptian novelist, critic, poet, translator, Ahmed Morsi, a poet and also an artist, and how it was that they contributed to the translations and so on of the first Biennale. How it is that Edouard El-Kharrat then eventually within 3-4 years moves to Cairo and works for the Afro-Asian movement. So the way in which you have all these actors navigating both forums that bear, you know, a Mediterranean label and ones that bear an Afro-Asian, and the kind of communication, let us say, between the self-avowed, apparently self-avowed Mediterraneanism and apparently self-avowed Afro-Asianism. So that's just all. Maybe the only question there is whether you're dealing with the Alexandria Atelier in your broader project.
Thank you, Hella, so much. Yeah, I mean, I think these two different sort of, I don't even know if like ideological camps is the right way to like frame them, but these two different sort of artistic sort of framings, whether it's the Alexandria Atelier or then what is sort of developing a few years later with sort of Afro-Asian solidarity, in the way that, I mean, I'm very interested in the ways in which figures, as you pointed out, like Kharat or Morsi or so many others, move between, somehow also seamlessly, actually, between these different repositories, I think, and how we can trace them. And I think that thinking about the Alexandria Biennial as one of these places where it really pushes against these hard line divisions that I think we've often sort of thought about some of these events, and instead like really gets us to think about the ways in which and this is why I'm interested in it, I think, as a non-alignment event, even though it's not really framed like that in any of the material from the time. There's really is a celebration of the narrative of Alexandrian cosmopolitanism, which you know, I obviously don't need to tell you about, but that's a lot of the framing, I think, at least my impression, has focused on that in its inauguration. But there is, and what's interesting is there isn't a sort of a line in the pavilions of specifically what they're representing, even within the Egyptian pavilion. There's such a broad, and so there's such an openness to different artistic traditions that I think thinking about it within this non-alignment that is able to kind of bridge both of these things, to me, has been quite generative as I've been trying to figure out like what to do with this space. I haven't looked at the Alexandria Atelier that much so far in this research. I've really been going much more into thinking about tracing some of this international participation more, particularly within spaces like Syria and Yugoslavia. But thank you. That's an important thread that I really should follow more closely.
Yeah, thank you, Dina Ramadan, for this very, very interesting presentation.
Thank you for great questions.
And now we'll be jumping from Alexandria to Havana, talking about the Havana Biennial with the paper that's titled The Havana Biennial, A Cultural History from the Third World to Global Art. And it will be presented by Michele Rojas Sotelo, who is an art historian, visual artist, activist, scholar, and curator. He holds a doctorate in visual studies, contemporary art, and cultural theory at the University of Pittsburgh. Miguel worked as visual arts director of the Ministry of Culture of Colombia until 2001, and independently as artist, filmmaker, curator, and critic ever since. Currently, he works at the Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies at Duke University, and is also the director of the NC Latin American Film and New Media Festival. So welcome, and please.
Thank you so much, Pedja, and I want to also acknowledge the invitation by Sandhya and Tihana from the Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Ljubljana, Slovenia, and the Institute of Art History and Zagreb in Croatia. I'm very humble for the invitation to share these thoughts that I've been collecting for many, actually already decades, on interactions with colleagues and friends in Havana city and around the world, as these people have to move through the multiple flows of migration and cultural migration in the world. I want to know if this is in what kind of, if you are seeing my screen and if you are seeing it in what kind of presentation mode. Let's see. But I don't see my notes here. That's the problem. Let's see. I don't see my notes. I think I have to change.
I see them. So
then I have to change the way to change this. Let's see. Do you see it now without notes or with notes?
now we see it as you should see it, with notes. But before it was okay, I think.
If I can change this in here. Let's see.
But it's readable, so.
Yeah, but I cannot read my text. That's the problem. Let's see if I can. Maybe I can just try to go blind too, right? Because we have a short time. Okay, then I wanted just to try to summarize a little bit the history of the Havana Biennale. And the best way to summarize what the Havana Biennale is bringing the voice of one of its founders and still one of its curator researchers, Nelson Herrera Isla. And he says the Havana Biennale is a collective curatorial project in which it is difficult to subtract ourselves from the context where we operate locally and globally. We are neither preoccupied with the issues that are in fashion in Europe, Japan, or the United States, not privileged the practice of installation, post-conceptual or minimal art in their many variations. We are interested in searching for ways to give more public accessibility and more clarity in the purpose of an exhibition, and to bestow an open reflection over our past and present as ways to counteract the illness that our memory and history comprise. We want to be part of the contemporary intellectual space, to locate ourselves in the universe of artistic practice and join the venture of others who are contributing to the understanding of what we are. That's the summary of what the Havana Biennale is, and what can frame this being of being a Biennale in the third world can be also framed by what Zizek says in this also quote on his universal exception. And I'm going to read it because it frames really well what we're going to talk about. The ideal form of ideology is this global capitalism is multiculturalism. The attitude that from a kind of empty global position treats each local culture the way the colonizer treats colonized people, as natives, whose mores are to be carefully studied and respected in between quotes. That is to say, the relationship between traditional imperialist colonialism and global capitalist self-colonization is exactly the same as the relationship between Western cultural imperialism and multiculturalism. In the same way that global capitalism involves the paradox of colonization without decolonizing nation-state metropole, multiculturalism involves patronizing Eurocentric distance and or respect of local cultures without roots in one's own particular culture. In other words, multiculturalism is a disavowed, inverted, self-referential form of racism, a racism with a distance. it respects the other's identity, conceiving of the other as a self-enclosed, authentic community towards which he, the multiculturalist, maintains a distance rendered possibly by his privileged universal position. Then the biennales, as Dina was saying, are more or less the result of this pop-up biennales, the result of syndrome post-World War II, right? Is the process of reconfiguring the world into these modernizing forces of the nation state, the process of decolonization of Asia, South Asia, and African countries, and of course, the long durée of process of decolonization in what is now the global South. We can say a lot about what is happening with this process of decolonization. I will say that it's a new global moment, right? It's the age of communication. I'm going to try to focus here, not in the aftermath of World War II, the 1950s and 60s, 70s, but through the 1980s on, right? And why? Because it's the moment in which the Havana Biennale got its funding, is the expansion of the neoliberal model in the absence of the Second World, right? Remember, we are living in the 1970s and 80s up to 1991, the Khrushchev thaw and the acceleration through the perestroika Gorbachev and the collapse of the Second World is the age of global communication, right? The end of the apex of Cold War, right? In the process of global communication. And remember the famous 1984 novel in which everything is seen, what we're happening now, right? But all this is a model based on Anglo-European, right, cosmopolitan westernization, right? The biennales are westernalities, right? The externalities of the Western culture, let's say, this need to be part of the universal value system, right? We are seeing at the same time with the consolidation of new nation states after decolonization, the crisis and degradation of that same concept of nation state and the emergence of these new urban networks. And we'll see it really well with the Biennale emerging, right? The system of Biennales emerging in this second wave of Biennales. And of course, the entire change of the economy of westernized societies, right? The replacement of agro-industrial labor for consumer-based economies, the rise of what is called the creative industry, right? That is bringing this idea of creative capital, right? Creating also new flows of global tourism, citizens status, etc. Then this is the moment in which the Havana Biennale, historically speaking, in a very general way, is founded. I can just show you here one exercise. I try to do this visual thinking maps to try to locate the Havana Biennale within this time frames, let's say historical time frames. Koresh could just like them probably. And the idea is that, yeah, we are in a wave, in a third wave, let's say, of world art biennales. The first wave is at the end of the 19th century, right, with the creation of the Venice Biennale or the Carnegie International, right? The second wave is just after World War II, right, with the creation of the Alexandria Biennale, the Sao Paulo Biennale, Documento, the Sydney, and many others. That will disappear through the years. The Cairo International, the Cuenca, the Istanbul Biennale, they will come later in the 1960s. But then we'll see something, right, that after the collapse of the Second World in 1991, we'll see this explosion of biennales. And La Habana, that started in 1984, will be just being part of this, let's say, network of many biennales that are decentralizing the way the art world is looking at art production, at creating new markets, because at the end it's all about the markets, right? It's market forces, branding the cities, being part of probably institutional projects of building nation states, but mostly I will say that our investments that are connected to city development and branding cities for these new networks of wealth crossing, right, the degrees of this clash during the Cold War. And we'll see a plethora of biennales taking off in the 1990s, from city biennales to regional biennales to global biennales, many of them decentralizing Euro-American visions, but still very central in this idea of Westernization of art and culture. Then how to create a map, a cultural map of these networks and flows, right? Let's talk more about the history and impact of the Havana Biennale. Then all what we see had produced this sort of collapse of the idea of a space, right? The world finally was a place we could just look at it, right? The erasing of symbolic borders and the creation of border cultures, the production of sense, the consolidation of art, right? Art for the art's sake, the art markets that created this sense of art as an apolitical, right, product of human ingenuity, right? That is the whole American branding of art during the 1950s and 1960s, right? And what we call the creation of what contemporary art is, right? It's an art that goes after high avant-garde modern art. And also the possibility of new configuration, new world configurations through art making, through art exchanging, through these global circuits, alternative global circuits of art production that will somehow bring the idea of this global south to the fore, replacing the concept of the third world. The Havana Biennale, right? The Havana Biennale takes place in Havana City, the capital city of Cuba. Cuba, as many of you know, was the door of the Americas for the 300 to 3 century plus imperial presence of Spain and Portugal, and then Great Britain, France, to the entire continent of the Americas, or Avia Yala, as the indigenous peoples call it, was a strategic space, a port, and also a platform, right, port, receiving all these forces of imperial Europe, and then a platform in which many ideas, right, exchanging, right, this forces of imperial dominance during the centuries, and then during the process of independence, let's say, not decolonization, but independence of Cuba in the late 19th century, thanks to the help of the US, actually. For many decades, Cuba was a protectorate of the US after 1918. Will become a port of this very interesting space of creating mixed ideas, hybrid ideas, right? And it happens to after the July 1959 revolution, right? Then the Biennale takes place there in that city, the city of Havana, the most important port of Cuba, right? And the place in which the capital and the entire institutional realm of the country resides. Let me also tell you what Lilian Janes said about the Biennale in 1992, after the famous 1991 Biennale that took into the issue of modernity and tradition in the moment of the pre-celebration of the 500-year of the encounter of European nations to the Americas. She said in an important article in Third Text, this journal for critical perspectives of art and culture from the third world, she said, as a result of the extraordinary fusion of peoples and cultures in the history of the third world, many people currently believe that it has great cultural wealth and variety and has a marked interest in reasserting its own traditions while striving for universality. Out of the conviction that contemporary third world art and artists are contributing to global art, emerged the idea of creating in Havana a space which would favor the dissemination of their work and encourage discussion on the problems of contemporary art, especially those of the third world. that was what she said in that article, important article in her text. And ever since, the Havana Biennale had responded locally to the context of global global and local historical forces, right? In 2009, for example, the Havana Biennale, the 11 Havana Biennale, returned to celebrate its 25th anniversary, and the title of the Biennale was Integration and Resistance in the Global Era, right? And they was praising, as Dina was saying, the numbers, right? 300 artists from 44 countries were presented. Many alternative and collateral exhibitions and events also took place. In 2014, the Biennale celebrated 30 years of presence with a grandiose cultural and intellectual event in which I was presenting some of these thoughts, right? The Biennale is also very connected to its historical conditions, right? In 2009, we were in a global recession, right? As well that in 2003, they were reacting to the 9/11 context. In 1994, right? The Biennale was in the middle of what is called the special period, also reacting to a very particular moment, the process of the end of the Second World. In 1989, they were reacting to the fall of the Berlin Wall. I mean, the Biennale has been always reacting institutionally, but also with the content to the historical moments they have been living. Let's talk a little bit about the foundation. That is, I think, what had brought us to this workshop today. The Biennale was created in 1984. And why in 1984, right? In 1982, the famous Cuban artist Wilfredo Lam died in Paris. Wilfredo Lam, if you don't know, was this important Cuban painter, modernist, a surrealist, that was key to the understanding of the creation of this Center for Contemporary Art in Havana, named after him, right? The Wilfredo Lam Center for the Art of the Third World. The Cuban Minister of Culture at that moment, Armando Hart-Dávalos, toured Europe and East Europe in late 1982. He, in Spain earlier that year, in May 1882, he inaugurated an exhibition on Cuban art and the Spanish culture in the Museum El Prado in Madrid, and a retrospective of Lam's work, prepared in part by the artist himself before passing, and his wife. And he said that during the trip, he got many pledges by members of the international art community in Europe to activate the legacy of Lam in the island nation. And why? If you think about Wilfredo Lam, he was a Cuban-born artist, part Afro-Cuban and part Chinese-Cuban. And he, at the same time, was an artist in all its senses, right? He was a global and a modernist artist, right? Appreciated within the circles in Spain and France, being member of the Surrealist group, right? With André Breton and André Bazin and all these people. Then he represented right, these three ideas of the third world, or the three continents, right? Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And because of that, he became the symbolic force for the creation of this center for the understanding and research of third world art, but also of the creation of the Biennale. But it was this first Minister of Culture, Armando Hart-Dávalos, that celebrating the cultural policy that came out in 1976 with the writing of the new Cuban Constitution that took away many of the problems of the first part of the revolution, the more socializing parts of the revolution, assumed the responsibility to create this Ministry of Culture with a group of civil employees that undertook the task of organizing a network of cultural institutions and reinforcing other cultural institutions that Cuba had for many, many years, many decades, right? And realized fully the importance and enormous complexity that cultural spiritual production has to do with sources for economic wealth. Armando Zohar Davalos in this important UNESCO, to bring Katesh's comment, conference, international conference, Cultura y Desarrollo, Development and Culture, wrote this speech that he called El Desafío de Nuestros Tiempos, what define our times. And he said something that will then become the articles of the creation of the Wilfredo Lam Center for Contemporary Art and Culture for the Third World. Here we see the text that is of course signed by Fidel Castro Ruz in March 3rd, 1983, and sanctioned the creation of this cultural center. Here we have what the cultural center, where it's located, is located in downtown Havana, or the old Havana, the colonial quarter, most important neighborhood, next to the most important cathedral during the colonial times, in the left side of the cathedral, in a colonial building. Cultural critics at the time, like Thomas McVeely, was making reference to the international art survey exhibitions that were popping all over the world during this decade. And he says that other shows, and I'm quoting, other shows are not merely non-Western geographically, but take place within more distinctly non-Western cultures. Several had begun quite recently, like 1984, a pivotal year. These exhibitions were inaccessible to the vast majority of Western critics, and the truly daunting difficulty of getting information about them in the West. Some of the biennales I discuss here, I was unable to see, and I write on them from their catalogs themselves, hard to find, are part of their story and part of this paradox. And I quote what McVeely says. He recognized that the emergence of a number of events. In Cuba, in particular, we have to recognize the Havana Biennale cornerstone is the creation of these institutions that will allow Cuba to interact one-to-one, face-to-face with other nations, mostly nations in the South. One of the most important antecedents of the cultural institutions and events are located here in Casa de las Americas, in your left-hand side, this building, iconic modernist building in the Velado neighborhood in Havana. And on your right side hand, you have the ICAIC, the Institute of Cinematography, both created in 1960, right after the July 1959 revolution, as tools to engage culturally. One, Casa de las Americas, the America's House, with all the cultures coming from Latin America and the Caribbean. They had this interest of exporting revolution, right? A very important moment, the late 1950s, in which social revolutions, guerrillas were being in position to take control over countries, right? Havana, Cuba is the first one. And then the second one is use cinema as a form of an archival form of revolutionary making, right? Cinema has been part of the entire project of the Cuban Revolution, as was part of many other revolutionary moments, like the Soviet moment you can remember really well. Then these two institutions will create this network in which La Habana Biennale will be able to stand. Another very important moment, and here it comes for the workshop, is that the cultural environment of Cuba in the early 1980s created this powerful discourse that will connect a series of events, right, with Cuba and Latin America and beyond, and will create a number of journals, magazines, like one, Pensamiento Crítico, Critical Thought, that will bring the most avant-garde, the most cutting-edge critics around the world in translation to Cuban young thinkers. And this is thanks to the participation of Cuba in global spaces like the UN right after revolution, or by being part of the non-aligned movement, right? Here we have Fidel Castro addressing the Organization for the Solidarity of the Countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America in 1966, right? One of the events that comes after the creation of the non-aligned movement, right? They are now engaging with this decolonial thought, anti-imperial thought making, and being part of it in a very active manner. If you think about that, also the Havana Biennale had used these several moments, and artists in Cuba had used many of these several moments in art making too, right? Here I have, for example, two examples by famous Cuban artist Tania Bruguera in 2009. She recreated the famous speech of Fidel Castro in this conference, and then addressing to the cultural sector, in which some doves were supposedly flying and landing on Castro's shoulder while he was speaking of the remarkable importance that cultural production would have for the exporting of revolution and the creating of a global solidarity movement. Then Bruguera recreates the stage, an open mic for a country that is living within a very contentious free speech political spectrum, and also placing some doves in the shoulders of the people that dare to speak to power right there in the center of Havana during the inauguration of the 2009 edition of the Havana Biennale. She had done something similar in two previous biennales in 2003 in a piece called Autobiography, in which she was at the same time speaking to power. She created this installation where it was an open mic without nobody and no text, and facing an enclosure, right? And of course, she produced a little insert for magazines, creating, the sense of how the revolution was speaking about freedom, the possibility of liberty, the possibility of creating a new man, but then coarting that possibility. All this like very intense creation of culture and revolution and institutions, and the participation of Cuba within these new global stages in the United Nations, in UNESCO, in the non-aligned movement, the participation of Castro in some of the previous meetings, and then bringing the non-aligned in 1976 to Cuba, to Havana, will help to the consolidation of this political universe, right? That will somehow support this event. That's why my question before is how the institutions help shape the creation of these events, right? These events have not only people, but they have an entire, machinery of the state behind them. Then here is just a map that I create by interacting with what was going on in the constitution of this Ministry of Culture, right? This institutional state cultural institution for the participation of arts within the revolution, right? And we'll see that the Wilfredo Lamb Center is a very small, right, space within the entire machinery of the institution of art, right? Let's say there is an external kind of semi-independent center that will somehow work on issues of visual arts, that will be connected to the cultural education that is still managed by the Ministry of Education, but how the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Culture are very well integrated, because culture becomes a way to produce the citizens that are the revolutionary citizens of Cuba. Then everything that happens within the revolution, it happens within the revolution, is what Castro said in that famous speech. Nothing can happen beyond the revolution. And they make sure that what they created as the cultural machinery, the institutional machinery, will produce these kinds of citizens that will comply. But at the same time, you can see also a very sophisticated way to use cultural policy and politics in the creation of these institutions, also targeting, certain aspects that will also support economic well-being and the image of Cuba abroad. Then just to show you the map, here we have our Davalos and the Colombian delegate from the conference in 1963 in Berlin, and and in your right side hand, the creation of this famous journal, Tricontinental. We'll have Isabel talking about the posters that were part of this magazine in the constitution of a tri-continental worldview from Cuba, and all these dimensions of the consolidation of thinking, cultural production in this moment. Before and after the 1959 revolution, there was a larger debate taking place in terms of the participation of the so-called third world in global politics, economy, and culture. After the revolution in Cuba,
Michiel, I'm sorry, but you'll have to finish soon, because
yes,
otherwise we won't be able to put any questions.
Yes. I have 5 more minutes. This is just to say that Cuba participated really close in the second and third conferences of the non-aligned movement in 55, in 61, and then in 79. There is the Havana Declaration to ensure, and I quote, the national independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity and security of non-aligned countries in their struggle against imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism, apartheid, Zionism, racism, and all forms of foreign aggression, occupation, dominance, interference, etc. And that's what the declaration brings, and it will be the space in which the Havana Biennale will start. Right, the Havana Biennale then create this possibility of a decolonial project. How? By using all this baggage, all this historical baggage, all this historical context in the production of a new imaginary of what an artist from the third world / South, global South will be, right? And how they do that? By the creation of a number of events, the Havana Biennale is one, based on localized thinkers. Here I have a theoretical base for the Havana Biennale, and it speaks really well on how the directors of the Havana Biennale, the participants of the Havana Biennale, are building up this critical knowledge from below, right? They are using the Caribbean, they are using Marxist aesthetics, they are using issues of postmodernity, Western post-structuralism, they are using conceptualism from the South, they are using post-colonialism, they are using cultural studies and visual studies in the constitution of this Biennale. And then the Biennale, the possibility of creating of the idea of the global South, right? That we go beyond. We aspire to universality, as Armando Hardavalos does, but we aspire to universality from our context, right? And then here, the Havana Biennale in its different historical moments. I'm revising here just 10 of the Biennales. Now we're moving into the 13th Biennale, but the 10 Biennales that will somehow talk about how the Biennale developed a little bit. At first is a conventional survey, national representations through diplomatic posts, but very fast in 1986, in the second Biennale, it will become a research-based transnational Biennale. First is going to be Caribbean, Latin America, then it's going to become Tricontinental Biennale, and then in the late 1990s, the beginning of the 2000s, will become a global triennale, and then it's going to start getting into some sort of crisis. All of this, just to finish my last sentence here, is possible thanks to people. As Katesh was saying, right, there are important subjects that are behind this. I mean, there are faces that are behind this that are not part of the archive. Most of my work on this, on the creation of this intellectual maps, are thanks to my interactions and large conversations for many, many years and in many, many instances with this group of people that are the founder members and still researchers / curators of the Havana Biennale. This is the base generation. Now they are being in transition to a new generation, including a couple of ministers of culture. Then the regional perspective of the Biennale, and then to finish with this slide, an alternative
yes, I just
network.
wanted to.
Yes, this is an alternative network, the network from the south, not a network from the north. How a small country can recreate a world-making process through exchange, solidarity, and the possibility of building together. And let's leave it like that.
Thank you so much. I saw that you had loads and loads of material, more, I guess, up to 120. And we are open to questions. Well, then I'll put one. I'm really interested in the Cuban posters, actually, and their role before the biennial and after it, and maybe that will put up for some more questions. Yeah.
I think we'll have a presentation about the Cuban posters. Isabel is gonna be presenting about them. What I can say about them is that Cuba avoided something that is very critical: copyright issues. Right, back in the late 1960s, they decided not to apply copyrights in order to be able to reproduce knowledge and give it for free to the people without paying, the royalties. That allowed to also the creation of an imaginary that was free, right? Was able to take everything, as a port, Cuba, right, and smash it into the local context and produce critical knowledge, produce images like the posters that were part of Tricontinental. I mean, the Tricontinental Journal became, the arm of OSPAL, this Organization for Global Solidarity of the Countries of the South, producing a journal that probably had up to 1 million copies in 6 different languages at one point. I mean, they were producing the journal in several African languages, in, of course, Portuguese, French, Arab, Chinese, English, Spanish, etc., and giving it for free through all the diplomatic posts of Cuba that were mostly in the non-aligned movement, and introducing within the journal that was just reproducing all these speeches and critical text of the time about decolonization, about anti-imperialism, inserted a poster talking of what was happening in Cuba. Some of the images are of Cuban revolutionary posters for films or for events, local and global events, but also bringing images from Southeast Asia, right? Remember, Cuba was completely vehement during the Vietnam War. Cuba was participating, exporting revolution in Africa, then introducing the issue of African revolutions and independence, and creating all this mismatch of images more or less in the same styles that the Soviet avant-garde did at one point. We have an entire generation of Cuban graphic designers. Oscar Roscar is one of the most important. Producing and producing these images is like being able before social media of having someone and a group of people with him looking at the world and producing images for the world, but always with a purpose, right? The purpose of emancipation.
Thank you so much. So I'm trying to follow the chat, and I think Rakesh Batabyal has a question.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great presentation and I learned so much. I have some uncomfortable worries about the kind of linearity with which you presented. Thank you, Dr. Sotelo. The linearity in which you posited the very idea of Binale as if it's a part of part of the global market and westernization and globalization, the entire intellectual repertoire that we have. Now, within this, when I want to pose the Binale in Alexandria or many other places, your scheme does not allow any space for anywhere from the south. If Binale or art exhibitions were coming up in the 60s and 70s, there's no space because they have to be following the Anglo-American academic model of decolonization, westernization, and Edward Said has further vulgarized it as Orientalism. Now, even before Western powers came into India, for example, there were Meena bazaars and karkhanas and many, which you can always call as kind of modern day Binale. So I was worried that you're positing the Havana Binale as something just opposite of what the market-oriented Binale is. Is there any space for, even if there are nation-state-oriented Binales but they were actually looking for a larger universe, and nation-state is not there to choose because it was there. So from an Anglo-American academic point of view, nation state is a curse, but ask those who fought the colonial powers and got the nation state, so to say, and they wanted to articulate their cultural expression of universality through Binale. Where is the space in your scheme? I was actually yours is such an intellectually exciting project that I was trying to locate myself into this.
I agree, Rakesh. Actually, unfortunately, the Biennale as a model is a Western modernizing, capturing machine, and is a failure. It's a failed model of as an institutional model. But what happens within is what is different, right? What happens with the artist participating is what makes it, distinctive and potentially important. As the institutions, the Biennales are just, the Alexandria Biennale and the National Pavilion model is the Venice model. Right, that's it. It's Western, is absolutely, and then it's absolutely co-opted by the issue of market and diplomatic representation. What happens with artists is different, right? Here we have, for example, Wilfredo Prieto doing a very important critic of the idea of nation state, right? He creates black and white flags of all the countries in the United Nations. As a calling of, a crisis of the nation state, even within these institutions. And then remember that Cuba faces, right, in its backyard with the US, and the US, the backyard with Cuba, right? Then we have this proxy of nations trying to become something and speak to each other, right? This is before the installation of the US embassy in Cuba. They had this building, that was the Interest building, and they were using media, right, to tell the people lack of liberties, right? I mean, they were using the building as a propaganda machine, and the Cubans install a number of flags in front of the building, right, following the work of Prieto, right, in 2002, this is going to be 2005, 6, right, blocking the view of the embassy for the Cuban people, right? You can see symbolic expression of counterpower by states, but suddenly it's artists that are saying, you know, giving some sort of sense. Then I'm not talking about artists here, I'm talking the institution, and some institutions, they are linear, they are contrived, they are, completely controlled by the institutions and the people in the institution, and most of the time, these people, they have interests, right? Then this is an interesting example of that. Few years later, we have Obama, right, breaking, the 50+ year blockade and coming to Cuba, right? This is 2016, March 2016. We have a year before an artist creating this fake visit of the president to the Havana Biennale, 2015, a year before, an artist, Rene Francisco, who is an artist that works on pedagogy. He doesn't work on, paintings and sculpture. He does performance and work and social work. He says an artist is a social worker. We are the social workers of the revolution as artists in Cuba. Then he created this piece of the president visiting the installation of his latest exhibit, right? That's what I mean with it's a failure. The model, Biennales, as they are failure. Yeah, they are a moment of branding. They are a moment of great pride of saying, okay, we have something in Cairo, we have something in I don't know, in Berlin, we have something in the end of the world, right? We have now Biennales even in the Magellan Strait. Yes, of course, are part of this network of global cities or cities that want to become something part of this cosmopolitan push of branding, your own institution and your own country, your own city. Then as revolutionary projects, they fail. But what we have within them, right? These encounters, these discussions, the creation of this text and the art, is what makes them important and powerful.
Okay, we'll take the last question that was put in the chat. Will Ljubica Spasuska ask herself, or should I read it?
Could you repeat that again, Peja, please?
I'm asking the person who is asking if she'll read it or I should. I should please read. Okay, so she's thanking you very much, and she's asking you if you could develop further your point about general discontinuities. You mentioned new generation. Is there shared worldview about the values and aesthetics you discussed? And she thanks you.
Yeah, I think there are discontinuities. Why? Because in the third world or in the global south, we have this amnesia of the past in one sense, and then we have this craving for what is happening in the global spaces of power. Then Havana Biennale, with all its really incredible amalgamation, right, of historical forces shaping it, has been always looking to universality. And that's why I was giving you these quotes, right? The Minister of Culture, the director of the Biennale, the co-creator of the Biennale, they are always talking about, we want to be part of. You have to understand our positionality here. We are part of this orchestra, right? We want to be one of them. And in that sense, there is this continuity in the possibility of the discourse of being really emancipatory by surrendering, using and quoting many of what is happening in our world. Let's say, for example, Latin America has an incredible amount of experience on a socially engaged art, right, historically, right, from the colonial times, indigenous resistance and Afro-resistance to imperial power through cultural producing, making, music, literature, and visual arts. But we need to bring someone like, I don't know, quote someone from Europe or the US that are talking about the possibility of emancipation through their own, in their own terms. I understand we have to translate, we have to say this is happening. And as the generations move forward, we have more global contact, right? And the Havana Biennale, what had produced is this incredible space of exchange, right? Had multiplied the possibilities of young artists, young curators, young critics to interact with the amount of people coming each time for the Biennale. Then they had used it as platform for new discourses, but also to understand the discourses that are coming from abroad. Then this whole issue of social engaged art that is a Euro-American creation in the 1990s has been brought to Cuba, and they have been doing it, for decades and decades. Then they have to put a label, and that's the problem, right? Is being still subaltern. Getting out of that mood is not easy, even within a very strong society as the Cuban society, right? That understand, because they embodied, the sacrifices of being revolutionary in the next door of the US. They still have that subaltern mentality, and they want to validate what they do in their own terms by translating in reverse at times. And that's sometimes what I'm saying as a discontinuity, right? And not real productive discourse. But without that, we have, an incredible plethora of voices happening, and many artists that had done incredible work.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sotelo. It was a really, really good speech. And of course, we have eaten up a good part of our break, so I'll leave it up to the organizers to tell us what to do.
Leave you with some images of the Havana.
Okay.
Ja bi predlagala, da je 5 minuta odmora dosta, da nismo toliko. I would suggest that 5 minutes of recess is enough, but everybody else should.
We think that 5 minutes will be too short because the lectures we heard were very interesting and packed with new information, and I think we need at least 10 minutes to make a break before the next session. So we should see each other again at 10 past.
At 10 past 5, if it's okay.
6.
I'm sorry.
Okay. See you then. Thanks.
See you then.
Uzbunjuju me ovi beskonačne količine prozora i mogu mi izgledati.
Ej, isključite mikrofon.
Da, čujemo se.
Neko s nekim želi razgovarati. Halo?
Isključite mikrofon.
Ana, imaš uključen mikrofon, sve čujemo. Sve.
Šaljemo zraka na IP-u.
Hi.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi.
We didn't see you before, and we were not sure if you're here. So we're happy to see you. You can try your presentation if you want.
I'll just share a screen and just check the presentation.
Good, it's working.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You can put on full screen if you want.
So the full screen.
Yeah, presentation.
This one? Perfect.
Yeah, this is great.
Perfect. Wonderful. So I did catch a little bit of the discussion from the earlier presentation, and that was very interesting. Sorry, I can't.
I hope we can start with our next session. Our first presenter in this second session is Nancy Adajania, and she will talk about the title of her presentation is Hosting the World, the Self-Affirmation of Non-Aligned Biennales. Nancy is a Bombay-based curatorial theorist and curator. She has curated a number of exhibitions, including Zigzag Afterlives film experiments from the 1960s and 70s in India, at Camden Art Centre in London in 2020. The Melly Gobaris retrospective, Don't Ask Me About the Color, and National Gallery of Modern Art in Bombay in 2020. The Sudhir Patwardhan retrospective, Walking to Soul City, also at the National Gallery of Modern Art in Bombay in 2019. And a very important exhibition, Counter Canon, Counter Culture, Alternative Histories of Indian Art at Serendipity Art Festival, the Goa in 2019. And Namjot Altaf's retrospective, The Earth's Heart Torn Out, also at National Gallery of Modern Art in Bombay in 2018. Adajania taught the curatorial practice course at the Salzburg International Summer Academy of Fine Arts in 2013-2014. She was the juror of the video film New Media Fellowship Cycle of the Academia Schloss Solitude in 2015-2017. Adajania has proposed several new theoretical models through her extensive writing on media art, public art, transcultural art, and the biennal culture from the global south. She has edited 2 transdisciplinary anthologies, Some Things That Only Art Can Do, a lexicon of affective knowledge, and Totems and Taboos, What Can and Cannot Be Done, for the Reza Foundation in 2017-2018. We are really happy and honored that she accepted to participate in this seminar. And Nancy, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sanya. Thank you, Lillian. And thank you, everybody who's organized this workshop. I'd like to begin without any further delay with my presentation, Hosting the World, the Self-Affirmation of Non-Aligned Pioneers. As I will go through the presentation, I will also be talking about the spirit of the non-aligned movement, which in a way continues to reflect in the kinds of curatorial projects, as well as in terms of my own thinking, political and aesthetic thinking on art. And I will therefore demonstrate how this spirit of solidarity, which was established through NAM in the 1950s, in a way continues, and that perhaps that utopian hope of coexistence rather than conflict is something that we can take away from the past, and hope that it can make a difference in the future. So with that, I begin the presentation. I will be concentrating on Triennale India 1968 as an example of decolonization, cultural soft power, and a confident statement of hosting the world on a platform in the global south. While I will be situating Triennale India in the cultural politics of the non-aligned movement, time permitting, I would also like to speak briefly about the International Biennial of Graphic Arts Ljubljana in 1955, which was established a decade after the foundation of the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia in 1945. By playing a host rather than a recipient or a victim in a binaristic Cold War politics and culture, both these examples of non-aligned biennials from the 50s and 60s proposed a third position that was fashioned along a spectrum of political and cultural diplomacy, political complicities, and precarious cultural infrastructure. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, perfect. One of the tropes that I found useful in dealing with transcultural encounters in is Sarat Maharaj's entanglements, which indicates a complex transcultural weaving of the histories of empire, revolution, mutual curiosity among societies, and the histories of resistance and nomadism. One such entangled history is that of the non-aligned movement. As a child, I recall making charts about the non-aligned movement for my history class, placing the photographs of Nehru, Tito, Nasser, Sukarno, and Kwame Nkrumah together. The idea of non-alignment, a term coined by Nehru, was not to affiliate ourselves with any single bloc during the Cold War, either the US or the USSR, but to find a third way. Later in university, I found myself mapping the third way on politics and culture. I found myself mapping the third way on politics and culture onto post-colonial theory, particularly Homi Bhabha's concept of the third space or in-betweenness. These liberating tropes allowed me to go beyond the binaries of West, East, Asia, Europe, tradition versus modernity, and so forth. So much for my intellectual biography. Let's return to Nehru's passionate propagation of decolonization as an articulation of resistance against the former colonial powers. And I'm just reading a small extract from Prime Minister Nehru's speech at the Bandung Conference in 1955. I belong to neither bloc, and I propose to belong to neither, whatever happens in the world. If we have to stand alone, we will stand by ourselves. India has stood alone without any aid against the British Empire, and we propose to face all consequences. Are we, the countries of Asia and Africa, devoid of any positive position except being pro-communist or anti-communist? It is an intolerable thought to me that the great countries of Asia and Africa should come out of bondage into freedom only to humiliate themselves in this way. Triennale India was one of the major cultural manifestations of this third way, or the third position in the global politics of the Cold War period. In 1961, 5 visionary leaders of the post-World War II period, Jawaharlal Nehru, we have here in the picture, we have Nehru, we have Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, we have Nasser of Egypt, Sukarno of Indonesia, and we have Tito from, of course, Yugoslavia. They founded the the non-aligned movement at a conference in Belgrade to chalk out a position that was equidistant from the USA and the USSR and demarcate the third world as an alternative space for self-determination, despite the prevailing exigencies of the Cold War. Nehru had already deployed the term non-alignment in 1954 in a speech in Colombo on the Sino-Indian relationship and stressed the 5 principles of Panchsheel of mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, mutual non-interference in domestic affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. The 1995 Bandung Conference held in Indonesia was the most important platform for the enunciation of these ideals, and it dedicated itself to the admittedly optimistic goals of promoting world peace and cooperation, which was expressed through support for anti-colonial liberation movements across the globe. NAM was thus a utopian project devoted to breaking the monopoly of the West over the definition and production of internationalism. As against the material and discursive domination of the West, NAM hoped to produce counter models of political and cultural solidarity to be based on perceived affinities, not partisan investments on either side of the hegemonic binary of the US versus the USSR. Mulkraj Anand, who proposed and founded Triennale India, embraced non-alignment as its genealogical matrix. The Triennale India aspired to bypass the cartography of superpower-led geopolitics and remap the atlas of global art, forging affinities between Asia and Latin America, Africa, and East Europe. The dream that inspired this initiative was that of a collegial and equitable multilateralism, a bridge between writers and artists and figures political and cultural. As editor of the Mark art of the art magazine Mark, which Mulkraj Anand founded a year before India's independence in 1946, with the Sri Lankan architect Minit de Silva and the Bombay-based architect Aminu Mistry, Anand brought a capacious vision to bear upon the building of the nascent nation by privileging research in the disciplines of architecture and urban planning. Mulkraj Anand was socialized in the leftist internationalist circles of his day. He had been drawn into London's Fabian socialist and anarchist circles in the 20s and 30s. In 1939, he enlisted in the International Brigades, fighting on the side of the beleaguered left-wing republic in the Spanish Civil War. While being nourished by the various philosophies of the left in the 1930s and 40s, Anand gradually moved towards what he called a humanist position. As an enthusiastic subscriber of the Nehruvian project of international solidarity among progressive forces, Anand wanted the subcontinent to have access to world art at a time when it was difficult for Indian artists to travel, stressing the need for a global humanist communion. Based on Anand's creative humanist approach, the first edition of Triennale India brought together 609 works from 31 countries. Although his humanism sprang from, and I quote, a hope for a one world culture based on the idea that while local traditions may be retained as different flavors, certain universal values may be achieved, close quote, we must not misunderstand Anand and think that he's talking about some kind of a vacuous universalism. While Anand's rhetoric may seem old-fashioned today, his political stance was not merely with the times, but actually ahead of the times. His universalism was able to accommodate the philosophy of NAM, and also it allowed him to host all significant geopolitical groupings in the Triennale India exhibition. If we were to look back at the international representation of the Triennale's first two editions, 68 and 1971, we would find that it was ecumenical in its embrace, including artists from both the US and Cuba, countries from NATO and Soviet bloc, the Commonwealth as well as neutral countries, CETO members, and of course, prominent members of NAM. On examining the reception history of the Triennale, we realized that it was mired in controversy and beset by misunderstanding almost from its inception. The debates around nationalism and internationalism that had exercised Indian artists since independence were brought to a head in 1968 when India's National Academy for the Visual Arts, the Lalit Kala Academy, inaugurated Triennale India in Delhi. The artist Vivan Sundaram, who protested against Triennale India in the 70s, recalls that in its concern with the international, it tended to overlook, and I quote him, India's rich and complex civilizational history and our Indian modernity with its own particular history, close quote. Moreover, it was conceived, the Triennale India was conceived and presented by the Lalit Kala Academy, which was, and I quote Vivan again, run largely by bureaucrats at that date. So at the level of institutions, the protest was also to democratize the workings of the Lalit Kala Academy, close quote, by including artists in the General Council and the running of the Academy. While Sundaram's response was thoughtful and well calibrated, most of what we hear about the Triennale is in the Indian art world is based on gossip and rumor. Thus, almost a decade ago, I began to research archival documents such as the Lalit Kala Contemporary magazine and the artist-led journal Vrishchik to cast illumination against this widespread ignorance. What we have on screen is the Triennale Letters issue brought out by Vrishchik, which I just spoke about, an artist-led journal which was edited by artists Ghulam Mohammad Sheikh and Bhupen Khakkar. And a few months prior to the second edition of the Triennale in 1971, Ghulam Mohammad Sheikh, who was the editor of Vrishchik, devoted a whole issue to discussing the views of the members of the Triennale committee and the artists who were protesting against the forthcoming exhibition. As Sundaram confirms, the Lalit Kala Academy was seen as an intransigent body that refused to reform itself. Strangely enough, though, some of the artists protesting against the Triennale had either been on the subcommittee of the first triennial or went on to become part of the Triennale exhibition committee for future editions. And while the national representation may have been unevenly selected, the artists who received awards in the Indian section of the first triennial were amongst the most distinguished and well-regarded practitioners of the country, like Tayyab Mehta, Krishan Khanna, K.G. Subramaniam, Bhupen Khakkar, and so forth. And even as far as the international representation goes, I had a beautiful image which I had researched from the Abbey Gray Wheat Gray archive in New York, but unfortunately it has got corrupted. So I'm showing a representative image. The American section of the Triennale India 1968. We have, I saw this picture at the Abbey Gray archive where you see Robert Morris's work, which you have on screen. There was also Claes Oldenburg and Jackson Pollock, this was just a glimpse into the American section. So again, as you can see, these were not mediocre artists. In fact, as was construed by some of the artists who were protesting against the Triennale India. In fact, Robert Morris would then participate a year later in Harold Zeman's path-breaking exhibition, When Attitudes Become Forms. The Triennale letters, which we just saw in the slide before, reveal different views of the moment. But the deeper malaise affecting the Indian art world was I would interpret as a refusal to think beyond the quota-based dogma of national representation and a querulous arrogance mixed with ignorance. Roshan Alkazi, who was the director of the Delhi-based gallery Art Heritage, cut through all of this clutter with some hard talk. Her opinion was, to the protesting artists, was that which of you is willing to get onto the academy committee and assume the responsibility and work day in and out for the cause of art? Her proposition was that either you take state patronage and then elect the right artist who will assume total responsibility, or on the other hand, you create a vital art movement which relegates state patronage to the dust heap. So she was giving a choice to the artist and saying, either you accept state patronage and then you deal with all the problems that come with it and protest against it, of course, debate, or you don't take state patronage and then you create a lively art movement. To, to his great credit, Vivant Sundaram, who was the secretary of the All India Artist Protest Movement against the Triennale, conceded to me in a conversation many years ago that Mulkraj Anand, and I quote him, put Triennale India on the world map. So maybe he was a little ahead of us in his understanding of the need for a sophisticated internationalism, close quote. This retrospective and extremely candid admission reminds us of what could have been a productive engagement with the world at large. The first edition was held in New Delhi in 1968. As I said earlier, and it could retrospectively and legitimately be seen to have manifested what I would call a confident globalism from the South, and even a globalism before globalization. The ideological position of the 1968 triennial was clear. It was intended to demonstrate that a globalist consciousness and internationalism consciousness and internationalism does not flow only from the former imperial centers to the former colonies. The Triennale was phrased also from a consciously non-aligned geopolitical perspective, the famous third way, asserted by India, Egypt, Yugoslavia, Indonesia, Ghana, and a number of other countries during the Cold War period. That is why I believe it is important to reinsert this neglected and even lost history into our discussion of present-day globalism. Conventionally, globalism is understood to be an outcome of the neoliberal globalization of the 1990s, the offspring of a first world genealogy that flows in a continuous line from the imperial world order of the 1930s to the Cold War to the post-Cold War epoch, with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the economic liberalization of the 1990s taken as its paramount moments of transformation. Missed out in this linear narrative are the points of rupture. My account of present-day globalism is informed by alternative starting points and anterior histories, such as those of the non-aligned movement and cultural interventions, such as the Triennale India and the Havana Biennial. To the neoliberal, globalism refers to a nation-state policy of treating the whole world as a market and a source of goods and services. For me, by contrast, the term has a completely different valency. We must not cede the power of words and ideas to the enemy. Globalism to me signifies a transcultural, collaborative, multi-participatory mode of performing ideas and conducting projects, with an emphasis on ethical responsibility and a transformative aesthetics. While neoliberal globalism is an extension of the old imperialist and Cold War geopolitics, my perspective on globalism shifts the locus to the global South. This globalism from the South embraces zones of criticality and resistance in the global North. Rather than fetishize the NAM history or indulge in nostalgia, I would like to talk about how I took forward the spirit of NAM in my curation of the Gwangju Biennial. In the run-up to the Gwangju Biennial, which I co-curated in 2012, I decided to include artists from Asia, former East Europe, and the Arab world. I would like to thank the Wehave group from Zagreb, curator Betty Zerovic, as well as Nevenka and Bozidar. Nevenka and Bozidar from the International Center of the Graphic Arts, Ljubljana, for their help with my research for the Gwangju Biennial, towards the Gwangju Biennial exhibition. In Gwangju Biennial, I was delighted to show the works of Darinka Popmitic, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing any names, Darinka Popmitic, Stella Kamerich, and Anna Huisman. And this is part of some of the research that I did at the International Center of Graphic Arts in Ljubljana. So this was, forgive me, Darinka Popmitic's on-site installation a wall. It's a work of mural art, which you see right at the entrance of my exhibition at the Guangzhou Biennial. And I believe Darinka is also going to be speaking in this workshop, so it'll be wonderful for you to look at these intersecting narratives. What the person you have on screen, I'm sure you're already familiar with, is Kurjishnik. In Ljubljana, I was happy to research the work of Zoran Kurjishnik, who was born in 1920 and died in 2008. He was the founder of the International Biennial of Graphic Arts Ljubljana in 1955. We could see Kurjishnik's role in founding the Graphic Arts Biennial in parallel with that of Mulk Rajanan's role in founding Triennale India, New Delhi in 1968. Both Anand and Kurjishnik were involved in debates that now seem speciously cast and exhausted. Internationalism versus nationalism, authenticity versus cosmopolitanism, and so forth. And yet, Anand and Kurjishnik modulated their internationalist desires despite these circumstances. They developed contacts and conducted experiments in trans-regional dialogue and collegiality, which nourished their regional cultural scenes. The Graphic Arts Biennial in Ljubljana was, as I said, established by Zoran Kurjishnik, but also it was co-founded by the artist Bozidar Jakak in 1955. And as I said earlier, just so that we have all the dates in mind, it was established a decade after the foundation of the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia in 1945. Kurjishnik's biography before his entry into the cultural field remains hazy. During World War II, when Yugoslavia had been invaded by Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Hungary, he was imprisoned in a German concentration camp. Meanwhile, Jakak, the other founder of the Graphic Arts Biennial, joined the partisan resistance in 1943, where he was involved in the promotion of cultural and educational activities, as well as engaged in documenting the resistance in several graphics. There had been a thriving printmaking scene in Yugoslavia, both before the war and during the resistance. Indeed, cultural activities flourished and intensified during the national liberation struggle. After the liberation, the socialist state of Yugoslavia supported the major cultural institutions, theaters, museums, art galleries, opera, and publishing houses. Similarly, in India in the 1950s, Nehru established the academies of art, music and theater, literature. So the Lalit Kala Academy, which hosted the Triennale India, was one of these academies which was established by Nehru in the post-independence period. Just like Tito established all these important cultural institutions, which received state patronage. Despite the state's, and now I'm talking about Yugoslavia, despite the state's socialist ideology and South Slav location, the culture that it supported was urban, bourgeois, and mainstream Western in the main. According to Torovic, while the state did promote didactic programs to inform and edify the working classes, Yugoslav folk culture, with its emphasis on rural cultural forms, was pushed to the periphery of urban social life and instrumentalized as a thematic source for novels and musical programs about rural life. If we have some time, I will talk about what happened to the so-called folk art and tribal art traditions and whether they were represented or not in the early editions of the Triennale India. But since we don't have enough time, I'm going to go on, then we can discuss these things. So as you can already see, you have a critique of this Graphic Arts Biennial, where although there were these, as Mashtorovic says, that the state was promoting these programs for edifying the working classes, Yugoslav folk culture was pushed to the periphery of urban social life. In Slovenia particularly, as the art historian Betty Zerovic observes, there was a post-war movement to reconstitute quote-unquote bourgeois art with a major exhibition of Slovene Impressionism organized at the Moderna Galeria in Ljubljana, where the biennial would later be held. that is the graphic arts biennial, would later be held. Especially after Tito's split with Stalin in 1948, due to the latter's attempted interference in Yugoslavia's foreign policy, Slovenian artists were keen to distance themselves from Soviet-style socialist realism and connect with the Western world. Slovenia, then as now, was keenly aware of the borders it shares with Italy and Austria and of the influential proximity of Venice and Vienna. Eager to see Western art, Slovenes saw exhibitions of American painting, Swiss architecture, and German art in Ljubljana even before the Graphic Arts Biennale was initiated in 1955. So, I mean, of course, this is not my own context, but I've tried as much as possible within the limited time that I had when I could spend at the archive in Ljubljana to create a context, a parallel context, a political and cultural context for the Graphic Arts Biennial. And I'm always curious and happy to create these intersecting narratives, because instead of just indulging in unproductive NAM nostalgia, what we should be doing is to look critically at these intersecting non-aligned biennials and to look at them critically for everything that it included but also excluded. On screen, we have Tito to the left and Krajishnik to the right. So state support was guaranteed to the biennial in Ljubljana from its inception. It suited the urban, bourgeois, and mainstream Western preferences of the official cultural apparatus. The economist and political leader Edward Kardelj, the architect of Yugoslav self-management, which I don't need to explain on this workshop, visited the first Ljubljana biennial, and Tito, he visited the first Ljubljana biennial, and Tito himself graced the third edition of the biennial in 1959. It was in such a hospitable art ecology for the reception of international art practices that Zoran Krajishnik organized the Biennale to ensure, in his own words, that Yugoslav artists had an opportunity of establishing themselves on their home turf, whilst at the same time enabling them to create contacts and a network with creative printmaking practices across the globe. To begin with, the Graphic Arts Biennial's emphasis was resolutely Euro-American. The core of the first edition of the Graphics Biennial was a set of prints by artists belonging to that loose, multinational, and oratic confederation, the School of Paris, a label that embraced Picasso, Gris, Modigliani, and Leger, as well as Brancusi, Zadkin, and Friedlander. Legend has it that Krajishnik smuggled these École de Paris prints in a suitcase from Paris to Ljubljana on a train. This very interesting story was, of course, shared with me by Betty Zerovich. While these high modernists, like Picasso, for instance, and what you have on the screen is the exhibition catalog of the first edition of the International Graphic Arts Biennial. And you have a print by Picasso, Tropical Plants. And so you have these high modernists like Picasso, Leger, Stanley Hayter, Johnny Friedlander, and etc., who are being represented as a country or a nation in itself, all these high modernists. The list also of the biennial included NATO member states, as well as the countries belonging to the then newly formed Warsaw Pact, as well as representing the Commonwealth. The Biennale included some of the most accomplished and celebrated practices of the time. For example, the Belgian artist Frans Mazeril, who was a pioneer of the woodcut novel, and whose work he was a pioneer of the woodcut graphic, and whose work had influenced the Chinese avant-garde movement of the 1930s, as well as the American graphic novelist Will Eisner. And openness towards artistic practices from other parts of the world is attested in Krajishnik's catalog essay. He writes that the inclusion of artists from the East will increase in the future. Meanwhile, I was pleasantly surprised to find the Indian origin printmaker Krishna Reddy in the list of participating artists. The art historian Breda Skrzynek told me that Krzyznik often had to, and I quote her, defend his decisions before the politicians, unquote. And he was able to navigate the local and international context with his incredible powers of persuasion and charisma. And Krzyznik directed the biennial for 4 decades, inevitably prompting criticism for his very autocratic style. So of course he was very authoritarian, and there was criticism against him for that. And he was also criticized by some parts of the art world for his conservative artistic choices. But there were also other views. For instance, the Brazilian artist Maria Bonomi talks about how she was indebted to Krzyznik for showing Brazilian artists in the late 60s and early 70s and 80s when they were boycotted and penalized by the military dictatorship for showing internationally. So just like I had sketched out an entire landscape of opinions about the Triennale India. Again, there are different opinions about Krzyznik's role, founding role in the context of the Graphic Arts Biennial in Ljubljana. Krzyznik anticipated some of the important trends in printmaking. For instance, Robert Rauschenberg won the Ljubljana Biennale's grand prize in '63, a year before he became the first American artist to win the Golden Lion at the Venice Biennial. So I brought up Robert Rauschenberg because I also wanted to draw a parallel with how Robert Morris is shown in the Triennale India in 1968, and the next year he's shown in When Attitudes Become Forms in the 1969 exhibition by Harold Zeman. So again, otherwise often what happens is that for artists and art critics from the former third world, there's often this feeling of time lag. And there's often this sense of inferiority that, we always come in late, that we can't catch up with the West. But there are moments, and of course I call them moments because these are complicated, complex moments, which we need to study critically, of course, and not just valorize. But there are those moments. There are moments where we are not behind them, but we are with them, or perhaps even anticipating some of the trends that would take place in the future. Sorry, yes.
It's a time to wrap up, Nancy.
Yes, I am wrapping up, literally
Okay.
at the end. That's it. Krzyznik has also been praised for his farsightedness in making the Ljubljana Biennial the mecca of printmaking internationally. His visionary model for the Ljubljana Biennial then becomes an inspiration for the birth of biennials elsewhere. Tokyo in '57, Grenchen, Switzerland in '58, Krakow in 1966, and Florence in '68. And with that, I'd like to thank you for patiently listening to the presentation.
Thank you very much for this really very, very interesting and valuable presentation, and to this comparative approach to important exhibitions, biennial exhibitions, or biennales. And although I have a lot of questions, there are still the questions that were popping up while you were talking. So I think we shall give the advantage to the people who are following this session. So I'm calling Jelena Vesic to pose her question.
Just a second. Yeah,
Hi,
all right.
Jelena, how are you?
Good, Nancy. Hello.
We met in Zagreb.
Yeah, very happy to hear you with this with this presentation that I knew about a little bit in advance, but of course you enriched it with new insights. And yeah, I'm very happy to co-participate with you in this panel. And okay, I'll thank the organizers tomorrow when we will be talking, Darinka and myself. So what I wanted to say, I wanted to actually continue this little debate that we already started with Miguel about biennial formats. Excuse me. So nothing. Somebody was just speaking. So that we already started with Miguel about biennial formats, and also somehow to I mean, for the sake of the future, actually, of all these projects, to also underline a need, what you also already said, of critical approaching, and maybe more complex, more let's say, like deep insights into the material practice of all these exhibitions on also taking place on also very complicated and complex terrain of art. So there is one this is a rather a comment than a question, and I just wanted to briefly polemicize with this for me, like, overemphasized role of Ljubljana Graphic Biennial as an emancipatory project taking place within Yugoslav context. Okay, I know it's already written about it, and Petja will perhaps know to say more about. But I just wanted to say that this in a way idealistic presentation of almost two partisans, Božidar Jakac and Kržišnik, who are organizing this exhibition in the context of NAM, so in the context of decolonization and emancipation and so on. This is the description that is in a way made from an aerial perspective, or from the source of maybe ideological propaganda of the exhibition, because although it had many, of course, emancipatory aspects in presenting what you exactly called globalizing before globalization, also although the exhibition had really that aspect, it had inherited all the colonizing structures, in example of exhibiting within itself. And there are these also explanations of how the exhibitions look like, and how actually the most spaces has been given to Western art and to this like pioneers, champions of Western art, like Robert Rauschenberg. So, okay, you know, like this Ljubljana Biennial is great because, you know, like Robert Rauschenberg got the award the same year when he got the award at Venice Biennale. And in this very rhetoric, it's already possible to kind of spot this problematic of lagging behind, that is the wish to be some kind of in a position of catching up with the West, with Western context. So
Jelena, I'm sorry, I will have to, your contribution is very important, but I will have to cut you up because we have other people waiting with the questions. I hope we can continue this discussion after the next presentation.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but
yeah. No. Can I just say
yes,
say one sentence, so that I'm sorry. I will. There is a lot of things, so it's just maybe too complex for a comment. But what I wanted to say, that like linguistically, if you observe the thing from the sphere of art, linguistically, this was very in a way conservative approach to graphic arts, and it at the same time there were new tendencies. The exhibition which adopted or initiated a very progressive approach to graphic arts which we can linguistically then connect to non-aligned position, and which was critical to graphic biennial. So, I mean, just this, like just a little bit of crunches on the terrain of material practice, though I perhaps was a bit confused. Sorry. So, thank you.
Thank you for your valuable intervention. And yes, I absolutely agree with you that, of course, often when we are writing about these biennial histories, which are, if we may sort of cautiously use the word, they proposed an alternative to these biennials, let's say the Ljubljana biennial or the Triennale India, they proposed an alternative to the hegemonic model of the Venice biennial. But of course, even as we say that they propose an alternative, we need to have a complex and layered narrative, a critical narrative, to then reread the rhetoric that is invested in these narratives as well. And I absolutely agree with you that this rhetoric also needs to be questioned. And that's why I brought in the larger context to talk about how there was an emphasis on the urban arts, how the folk arts were then relegated to the periphery, how often the Ljubljana Biennial was representing conservative artistic practices. But at the same time, I show you how there's a Brazilian artist who's talking about how, you know, she had the possibilities, Brazilian artists had the possibility of showing at the Biennale during the period of military dictatorship. So I think that if we are able to bring in a more critical perspective in terms of how we read these narratives, and if we don't just valorize or glorify these moments of alternative moments in Biennale making, then I think there is a possibility of retrieving some of these lost historical moments. And I think it is important to retrieve these lost historical moments, but of course, by always presenting the most complex narrative as a background to what we are actually retrieving. And I think that I absolutely agree with you. And that's why whether it's the Triennale India or whether it's the graphic arts Ljubljana, which of course, because since, you know, I don't come from, from Zagreb or from Croatia or Slovenia. I mean, of course, I'm sure you have better insights in this context. But I think what is one of the things that what I would, let's say, encourage curators and art historians also to do is to work on intersecting narratives, because after all, that was the non-alignment spirit, the spirit of solidarity, the spirit of seeing where our narratives could intersect, both to propose affirmative possibilities, but also, to look at what went wrong, to look at what was excluded. And there was much that was excluded from these so-called alternative biennial histories as well. And we have to be cautious about that.
Nancy, I'm risking to be very rude. I have to close this conversation, your response and this conversation following your presentation. My apologies to the people who want to ask questions. I'm calling on them to pose their questions after the next presentation. David is patiently waiting for more than 50 minutes to start with his presentation. Thank you very much again for your contribution to this workshop. And as I said, I called you to pose your question after the discussion on David's paper, which is following. So, David is going to speak on David Murphy is going to speak on decolonization, Pan-Africanism, and the Cold War, revisiting the first World Festival of Negro Arts. David Murphy is a professor of French and post-colonial studies at University of Strathclyde, and until recently also the head of School of Humanities at that university. He has written widely on Francophone African and particularly Senegalese culture as well as on the history of Black community in France. His major publications include a study of the pioneering Senegalese filmmaker Ousmane Sembène with James Carey in 2000, a critical edition of the writings on the Senegalese anti-colonial militant Lamine Senghor in 2012, the first volume devoted to the 1966 First World Festival of Negro Arts held in Senegal in 2016, reprinted in 2021. We are very honored that David is today with us and speaking about such an important and interesting event as a First World Festival of Negro Arts that has a very particular place in the history of cultural exchange, Islamic cultural exchange with non-aligned countries as well. David, I'm apologizing for a little bit of delay with your presentation. I'm giving you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Liliana, and to all of the organizers for inviting me to speak today. I was fascinated listening to the talks thus far, but a little bit apprehensive because my own background is not in art history, as you guessed from Liliana's introduction. So I do step onto areas around art at the festival in 1966, but it's not the core of my interest, but I hope I have enough to keep you interested today. So I'm just going to share my screen. Here we go. Here's my slideshow. So from the 1st to the 24th of April, 1966, over 2,500 artists, musicians, performers, and writers, including the likes of Duke Ellington, Langston Hughes, Josephine Baker, Wole Soyinka, and Aimé Césaire, representing 30 independent African countries, as well as a number of states with significant African diasporic populations, gathered in the Senegalese capital, Dakar, for the first World Festival of Negro Arts. The festival was not the first transnational Black cultural gathering, but it was the first time that a festival on this scale celebrating Black culture had been organized. Held at the high point of the post-Second World War era of decolonization and in the midst of the push for civil rights for Black people in the United States, the Dakar Festival was indelibly marked by the euphoria and idealism of the times. It was designed as a showcase for the Senegalese poet-president Léopold Sédar Senghor's concept of negritude as the fundamental expression of Black identity, one that highlighted rhythm, spontaneity, and emotion. And it sought to emphasize the significance of culture and the arts in defining a global role for Africa in the aftermath of empire. However, Senghor's post-imperial vision of Black culture did not involve cutting ties with the former empire, and the Dakar Festival received a large part of its funding from the French state, an early example of the cultural cooperation that would mark French policy towards Africa for the next 4 decades. The participation of the US delegation was of particular importance to Senghor. In 1930s Paris, he and a group of fellow Black students from Africa and the Caribbean had been inspired by the Harlem Renaissance and its self-confident celebration of Black culture to launch the negritude movement. In turn, the festival's significance as an historical event was not lost on African-American visitors. And I have 2 quotes for you here. The first, this is from Hoyt Fuller, who was the editor of Negro Digest, one of the main African-American journals at the time. And he wrote, "There had never been anything quite like it. From 4 continents and the islands of the Caribbean, thousands of people with some claim to an African heritage converged on Dakar, Senegal, the glittering little cosmopolitan city on the westernmost bulge of Africa. And there they witnessed or took part in a series of exhibitions, performances, and conferences designed to illustrate the genius, the culture, and the glory of Africa." And my second quote from someone who probably needs no introduction, Duke Ellington. He wrote in his memoir, "The 1966 World Festival of Negro Arts in Dakar, Senegal is a really great accomplishment. Never before or since has the Black artist been so magnificently represented and displayed. Langston Hughes, the poet, was received by Senghor at the presidential palace, where the president recited one of the visiting Americans' poems, which he had translated specially for the occasion. Langston Hughes enjoyed a semi-official role as a presiding spiritual father for the festival. For Senghor, he embodied the cultural bond between Africa and people of African descent. Bringing Hughes to Dakar for the festival meant closing the circle between Africa and the diaspora that had begun to be traced in the interwar period. And on the next slide, I just want to show you a clip from a wonderful film by William Greaves on the 1966 festival. And in its opening sequence, we see Langston Hughes walking on the beach in Dakar, and we hear his poem, The Negro Speaks of Rivers, on the soundtrack.
I'm afraid we don't hear Hughes.
Oh, okay. So, oh, it's a shame. You got the visuals, but not the sound. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, but it was very big.
Yeah, yeah. So there's a cut from this sequence to the museum I'll be talking about later on, especially constructed for the event in Dakar, the Musée Dynamique, where the big art exhibition was held. And this cut from the poetry of Langston Hughes to the art on display. My paper today aims to explore the utopian idealism that marked the Pan-African cultural festivals of the 2 decades following independence, examining in particular the ways in which the 1966 Dakar Festival sought to give concrete cultural expression to the ties that might bind the African homeland to Black people in the diaspora. Sorry, I've just gone too quickly over those slides. So you see they're the other big Pan-African cultural festivals of the 60s and 70s. We had Pan-Af in 69, Festac in 77, and in between we had the music concert around the Rumble in the Jungle in 1974. Sorry. I will explore some of the events that took place during the 1966 festival and the responses to them by figures from within Africa and across the diaspora. The festival is often viewed as a celebration of President Senghor's vision of negritude, the expression of a Black identity based on rhythm and spontaneity. The closer engagement with the cultural and personal encounters to which the festival gave rise reveals a far more complex picture. In particular, I will examine both the ways in which US and Soviet involvement in the festival sought to draw the event into the arena of Cold War wrangling for influence in Africa, and the reasons why this Cold War framework still shapes many US critical responses to Dakar 66. So on the 30th of March 1966, just before the festival began, the Senegalese president, Léopold Senghor, ascended the steps of the National Assembly in Dakar. Senegal had freed itself from French colonial rule just 6 years earlier, and now here it was proclaiming itself as the temporary capital of Black civilization at the launch of the First World Festival of Negro Arts. The festival proper would not begin for 2 days. Senghor was in fact present to launch a colloquium on the subject of the function of Negro art in the life of and for the people, which would run from the 30th of March to the 7th of April. That Senegal should hand over its legislative chamber for more than a week to writers, performers, artists, and scholars to discuss the role of art in the emerging post-imperial world was entirely in keeping with the central role that Senghor attributed to culture and the arts. In his speech at the opening ceremony, Senghor declared, and this is the speech here, We deeply appreciate the honor that devolves upon us at the first World Festival of Negro Arts to welcome so many talents from the 4 continents, from the 4 horizons of the spirit. But what honors us most of all, and what constitutes your greatest merit, is the fact that you will have participated in an undertaking much more revolutionary than the exploration of the cosmos, the elaboration of a new humanism, which this time will include the totality of humanity on the totality of our planet Earth. So while the Soviets and the Americans raced to conquer space, the Black world had gathered together to find its soul. In essence, the festival sought to situate culture at the heart of the post-imperial world. Leaders of the former colonized countries had famously gathered in Bandung in 1955, and Senghor's close ally and the main organizer of the 1966 festival, Alioune Diop, founder of the Présence Africaine Journal and Publishing House, dreamed in creating the 1966 festival of what he called an intellectual Bandung for Africa. The political revolution would now be accompanied by a philosophical and cultural revolution. Political Pan-Africanism had dominated the Pan-African movement from 1900 to 1945 in a series of landmark congresses, but Senghor was now promoting cultural Pan-Africanism as the truly revolutionary dimension of the Black contribution to a post-imperial world. And this shift from the political to the cultural was perhaps the defining feature of Pan-African's evolution in the 20th century. And I can say more about this afterwards in the discussion. Senghor and Alioune Diop used the festival to reiterate their fundamental belief in both a deep sense of Black identity, negritude, and the need for dialogue and exchange, what they termed an emerging universal civilization. The scale of the event developed far beyond the original plans for a gathering of writers and intellectuals and became a sprawling event spanning literature, theatre, music, dance, and film, as well as the visual and plastic arts. It was held in a series of locations around the city, and some of the most high-profile events took place in a range of newly built venues. For example, the Serrano Theatre hosted a play by Aimé Césaire, The Tragedy of King Christopher, as well as performances by the Alvin Ailey dancers from the US. Other strands of the festival saw non-arts venues pressed into service. To name just a few, in addition to the National Assembly, where the official festival colloquium took place, there was a modern art exhibition at the Palais de Justice and the Law Courts in Dakar. The Duke Ellington Orchestra performed at the National Stadium, and the Son et Lumière show on the beachfront of the island of Gorée, entitled the Spectacle Féerique de Gorée, brought the festival out onto the city streets themselves. A highlight of the festival, the Spectacle Féerique, was produced by the French writer and filmmaker Jean Mazel, and its accompanying text was written by Haitian author Jean Brière, who was living in Senegal as a refugee from the Duvalier regime. Yet another striking example of Pan-Africanism in operation. The Spectacle Féerique presented a series of tableaux recounting the history of Senegal through the slave trade and colonialism, culminating in the nation's recent independence from France in 1960. It took place almost nightly during the festival, and reports indicate that it was seen by over 20,000 people in total, about 1,000 people each night. However, the centerpiece of the festival was the apparent juxtaposition of so-called traditional African arts and European high modernist art, which were simultaneously designed to illustrate both difference and complementarity. Senghor had deployed all his political and cultural capital to bring to Dakar, housed in the specially constructed and dramatically situated Musée Dynamique, perched above Soumbédioune Bay, and that's the area you saw Langston Hughes walking on the beach a few minutes ago. And he brought a touring exhibition of some of the finest examples of traditional African art, that is, African masks and sculptures borrowed from the great collections of European of Western museums, such as the Musée de l'Homme in Paris, the British Museum in London, as well as private collectors in the US. These traditional works were exhibited alongside works by Picasso, Leger, Modigliani, amongst others, in what was a fascinating contrapuntal play between traditional sources and the modern masterpieces that had been inspired by them. For Senghor, this exhibition was the real essence of the festival, due to the correlation that it revealed between what he termed the classics of negritude on the one hand, and on the other, the contemporary art of Africa and his followers. It is highly significant that it is traditional, or in Senghor's terms, classical African art that is elevated to the status of high art here. Meanwhile, at the Palais de Justice, the exhibition of artworks by young African painters left Senghor disappointed, but understanding, for these were, he stated, the first stumbling steps of new art attempting to engage with Western modernity in a new visual language. Essentially, I would argue that Senghor was seeking to perform through his writing and through the festival itself an African Renaissance, to define an African classical age that might act as an inspiration for the future. In speeches prior to the festival, he made remarkable comparisons between contemporary Senegal and ancient Greece. And this is the next quote here. The Greeks lived in a poor country of narrow plains and rocky hills. But like the Senegalese people, they had the sea beside them, cereals on the plains, oil in the hills, and marble in the soil. They sacrificed everything for the love of liberty and truth, for the love of life and beauty. That's why, as long as men are alive on this planet, they will speak of Greek civilization as a world of light and beauty. This is in many ways a typical piece of somewhat abstract Senghor prose, far removed from the day-to-day concerns of many of his people. Could Senegal really have become the new Greece in the terms he outlines? Although despite its abstractions, it was also built on hugely impressive diplomatic and practical achievements in actually enabling the festival to take place at all. Essentially, Senghor's vision of the African Renaissance was built on a powerful and complex mix of the utopian and the pragmatic. In this final section of my paper, I'm going to look more closely at the US delegation and these issues around the Cold War and civil rights and how they came together, and the involvement of the Soviets in Senegal. As I mentioned earlier, the participation of the US delegation was central to Senghor's vision of the 1966 festival. And the list of participants does read like a who's who of some of the greatest African-American cultural figures of the early and mid 20th century. However, it did not go unnoticed at the time that the choice of participants largely favored an older generation of artists, viewed as more politically and aesthetically conservative by many of the younger generation. The African-American journalist Hoyt Fuller, whom I referred to earlier, and he was one of the most astute commentators on the festival, and he noted general puzzlement at, quote, the absence of the most exciting of America's Black intellectuals, such as Amiri Baraka, Ossie Davis, and James Baldwin. And he noted equal bemusement at the choice of musical artists. And I quote again, painter Amadou Yoruba, a jazz aficionado, asked why musicians like Miles Davis and Thelonious Monk did not come to Dakar, and half of Senegal seemed to have assumed that Harry Belafonte should have been present. Such artists were absent for a complex range of reasons. Some related to the aesthetic preferences of Senghor, and I suspect the US ambassador to Senegal, Mercer Cook, who's the man we see in the middle of this photograph, they had been close friends, Senghor and Mercer Cook, since the 1930s when they met as students in Paris. And Mercer Cook was also a close family friend of Duke Ellington, and having grown up in the Black middle class in Washington, DC. However, there were also more political reasons. the US State Department placed a white socialite, Mrs. Virginia Innes Brown, at the head of the US organizing committee for the festival, and through her exercised a hidden but vice-like grip on the choice of US participants. No US delegates to Dakar were to sully the cultural sphere with politics by talking about civil rights or the scourge of American racism. Simultaneously, on the other side of the political spectrum, there was a perception amongst more radical Black figures, like Harry Belafonte, that Senghor's Senegal was a politically conservative regime that should be shunned in favor of more revolutionary states, such as Sékou Touré's Guinea. Several years later, as Black movements on both sides of the Atlantic became more radicalized, Hoyt Fuller would denounce the Dakar Festival, and in particular the US delegation, for allowing itself to fall foul of the US State Department's Cold War machinations. And this is Hoyt Fuller's words about 5 years later. One of these days, the full awful story of the American Secret Service's role in the First World Festival of Negro Arts in Dakar in 1966 will be told, stripping of honor certain esteemed Black Americans who lent their prestige to the event, to the effort to hold to the barest minimum the political impact of that unprecedented event. The implication of Fuller's critique was that negritude was so lacking in radicalism that it could be safely backed by the State Department as lacking any potential threat to the US's global and domestic status quo. Even William Greaves' powerful documentary on the festival, which I showed you a clip earlier on, but with no sound, unfortunately, is bound up in the politics of the time. It was funded by the United States Information Agency, the USIA, and it appears Greaves was obliged to work within two specific constraints when editing his film. Firstly, to ensure that the slave trade would not be directly evoked. So there were no scenes of the spectacle féerique, which was filmed on the slave island of Corée. And secondly, he was to emphasize the role of American participants in the festival. So in the clip we saw earlier, it's Langston Hughes and Duke Ellington in the bit just after that, who are given starring roles, which is pretty remarkable when neither played any sort of organizational role at all. The USIA would tour Greaves' film around Anglophone Africa for the next decade, and it was reportedly its most popular film. By contrast, it remained pretty much unseen in the US for several decades. The Dakar Festival's dialogue between Africa and people of African descent was mediated by powerful forces that a post-imperial world would struggle to overturn. So as we can see, despite Alioune Diop's hopes that the festival would form a cultural and intellectual expression of the non-aligned principles that he held so dear, Dakar 66 somewhat inevitably found itself bound up in the complex political wrangling of the Cold War, as both the US and the Soviet Union sought potential allies amongst the newly independent African nations. In particular, the participation of Duke Ellington's orchestra had been facilitated by funding from the US State Department, which had by the 1960s been deploying its Jazz Ambassadors program for a decade as part of its Cold War diplomacy, sending Black artists around the world to represent the United States, while back home they did not enjoy even the most basic civil rights. For its part, the Soviet Union, which consistently underlined US racism in its pitch to newly independent Black countries in Africa, was keen to use the festival to increase its influence on the continent. Without a Black diaspora of its own, it could not play a formal role in the festival itself, but it did help the beleaguered Senegalese hosts in their desperate attempts to secure sufficient hotel accommodation by lending them a hotel cruise ship. As a New York Times journalist Riley reported, the Soviets had prepared a small exhibition to entertain the festival goers who were housed on the ship, which included some Americans. And this is a quote from the New York Times. As the guests sip their vodka on the main deck, they are also treated to an exhibit extolling Russian Negro brotherhood. Several display boards highlight the fact that the Russians never engaged in the slave trade. Well, guess who did? The Soviets also sent their distinguished and charismatic poet, Yevgeny Yevtushenko, a critic of Stalinism, who benefited from the relative openness of the Khrushchev regime and enjoyed rock star status in the mid-1960s. Senghor was always happy to meet a fellow poet, but he asked Yevtushenko to wait until the conclusion of the festival proper to conduct a public reading of his work. This was a festival of Negro art, after all. The Soviets had sent journalists to cover the festival, and newsreel footage shot in Dakar was later pulled together to create the documentary film African Rhythms. And I was going to show you a clip, but I might just show you so you can see, you won't be able to hear the sounds. This is the wonderful, the Mighty Terror. I think it was the first time that Calypso music had made it back in the form of concerts performed, and he was a big hit, and the Soviets placed him strategically at the start and the end of the film. And this seemingly gentle Calypso tune is actually a denunciation of colonialism. So I'll just give you a quick glimpse of what he looks like. So unfortunately, I don't think you're getting the sound there, but you have to see the Mighty Terror in his burgundy blazer and his crown, which is quite a fantastic stage get-up. And here are the lyrics of the song he was just singing. This is the very conclusion of African Rhythms. One of the unexpected encounters that was facilitated by the festival involved Langston Hughes and Yevgeny Yevtushenko. The Russian poet was prevented from performing during the festival, as I mentioned, and so he had a lot of time on his hands. And Hughes later recalled how they got together and passed the time away in Dakar back in 1966. We had dinner on the ship with an endless supply of Georgian champagne. After that, for about a week, we went out drinking every night. One companion in their revels was the Harlem-born filmmaker, William Greaves, who was making a documentary movie about the festival. Langston Hughes said, "We used to ride around in Yevtushenko's limousine," also Bill Greaves recalled. "We used to ride around in his limousine, drinking pretty heavily and having a lot of fun." So much then for Hoyt Fuller's vision of the US delegation as Cold War patsies, simplistically serving a State Department agenda. Hughes' account of US-Soviet fraternization reminds us to be wary of excessively ideological readings of complex personal encounters, of which there were many at the festival. I don't have the space here to discuss these ideas right now, but elsewhere I have traced the complexity of such personal interactions in relation to the role of negritude within the festival. A wider examination of some of the many personal encounters generated by the festival reveals that the performance of Pan-Africanism as lived by individuals rather than as imagined by the festival organizers could not simply be restricted to a celebration of negritude. Leopold Senghor may have believed that the festival acted as a living illustration of negritude, the moment when the theory about which he had written at great length came alive. However, this living illustration did not result in a monolithic assertion of negritude as a unifying Black identity. Instead, the festival acted, in Tobias Wofford's terms, as, I quote, "a site for a dialogue about the possibility of creating a global Blackness." The festival was an occasion to question, challenge, debate, explore, rather than simply to assert or passively accept various conceptions of a global Black identity or community. That is, Pan-Africanism was not a pre-existing given, rather it was an ephemeral creation performed in the context of the festival itself. So just a final word of conclusion. From an early 21st century perspective, the Pan-African political and cultural initiatives of the 1960s and 70s often appear strikingly utopian. However, the Pan-African ideal has continued to inspire various cultural and political actors on both sides of the Atlantic. And there has been a renewed academic interest in Pan-Africanism over recent years. As Titi Jaji argues, study African stereo, which you see here, to speak of Pan-Africanism as an ongoing project now seems outmoded. Yet it is precisely because the challenges of new forms of exploitation are so acute and pervasive that renewed perspectives on liberation movements and solidarity are so urgently needed. It is thus important for us to revisit the First World Festival of Negro Arts, not solely to explore what it tells us about the past, but also in terms of the lessons we might learn for our present and for our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was a really, really wonderful and presentation with a lot of information and new information. I suppose it's, I have read somewhere that you are researching these subjects for more than 10 years, or am I wrong?
Probably.
Yes.
Maybe more at this stage. Yeah.
So this is a really, really very valuable contribution to this session. And I hope at this point, I see two people raising their hands and wanted to pose a question. But before I give them the word, I would just like to ask about one instance that we have found in archives of Commission for Cultural Exchange in Yugoslavia. In 1965, the Senegalese embassy designed and presented the exhibition Negro Sculpture in Belgrade and Zagreb. And it was actually a kind of a promo exhibition promoting and informing Yugoslav public on the festival. It was organized jointly by Senegalese embassy, Embassy of Mali, and Embassy of Sudan. And it was, I wonder if it was, since we just started to research, did you encounter during your research that such kind of like a promotive exhibitions have been organized in other non-aligned countries before the actual festival in Dakar?
That's really interesting. No, I know that there was because it was such a big part of the festival. There was a working group that had been working on it for about 3 years and traveled really widely to gather the materials together. But I wasn't aware of the event in Yugoslavia at the time. So no, that's I'd love to hear more.
Okay, I can send you some documentations we have collected, but I just wanted to add that it was one of the elements of the Yugoslav non-aligned cultural politics, if something like that could be defined at all. That is a bit astonishing because the exhibition was organized in promotion of the festival that was supposed to happen in 1966. It was the autumn, September, October 1965. And it was also a kind of a framework from which the cultural attaché of Senegalese embassy asked Yugoslavia to support the festival. And it was refused. So it's very strange because the documentation of that refusal is very scarce and actually does not say much about or anything about the reasons. But if you approach it from the point of view of the politics of non-alignment, which assumes support African cultures in the process of decolonization of their cultures, it is a bit strange decision. So perhaps the answer could be found in even in Dakar. I don't know, but in Belgrade it is very hard to find. And still another question. I'm sorry for taking time for the questions of the people who were joining this session. But one question I would like also to pose, which is important, I think, for us and for research of this project. I would like to, if you just briefly explain the way, how do you get documentation on this event? I mean, which kind of which type of research was it in state archives, or which were the sources of the information you presented in this lecture?
Okay, so yeah, initially, there is a major archive in Dakar organized, that's from the organizing committee. So there are about 30 or 40 box files full of material. So it's quite a rich collection of materials from the organizing committee. I've also consulted the African American Committee, the US Organizing Committee, which is held in the Schomburg Center in New York. So that was very interesting. Mercer Cook, the ambassador to the US ambassador to Senegal, his archive is held at the Howard Museum, the Moorland Spingarn collection in a research center in Washington DC and Howard University. But there's a general thing. I was listening to all of the papers, and it's sort of one of the truisms about events, that a lot of the documentation you find take you right up to the day it happens, and there's nothing to tell you what actually happened. So it's all of the bringing stuff together that you get in an archive. But yeah, so it's a lot of the work I've been doing over 10 years with lots of other colleagues is finding out about what happened and how people responded to it. So, for example, the documentary films, there were 5 documentary films that we've tracked down altogether that were made. There's the American one, the Soviet. There's a UNESCO film, it was actually made by Romanian directors who filmed that one. There's an Italian one that was made for RAI, for the television station. And there was a Senegalese one, which has just been rediscovered within the past year or two. It was lost. But also then there's so as well as looking in newspapers and interviews and so on, but there's been a process of generating an archive. So there was a big project in France that was called Panifest Archive.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with Panifest Archive. And so they're interested in the 4 major festivals of the 60s and 70s. So from Dakar, Algiers, Kinshasa, and Lagos. And what they did, and I played a very small part in that on the Senegalese side, was to interview people who'd been there, who contributed to these festivals. And they have a wonderful website now where you log on and you can click on a location, and you can get all of the interviews for that location. So there's a lot of them for Senegal. So in fact, in finding out about the Cold War politics, I was able to talk to a man who later he was the head of the US Peace Corps in Senegal in 1966 and later became the US ambassador. And he was able to talk through, he was an African-American man, and he was able to talk through the politics of that, of being an African-American representing the US in this confrontation. And so there are lots of, so there was a need to, again, that constant need to find out what happened after the written archive stops.
Yeah, like a the most complex part of the research. Thank you very much. I would now ask Paul to pose his question.
Yeah, thanks for a great presentation. Sorry, my camera's not working, so you see my cat, but I'm also not an art historian, as you'll be able to tell from the question. In your chapter, you mentioned that at times, Senegal was spending up to 25% of GDP on culture. And I mean, I think you hinted at this in the shift from politics to culture, and you hinted at it with the Greek thing. But could you say a bit more about, what that spending was and what it was crowding out? I had another question about the relationship between the Dakar Festival and the Tricontinental, but I can see other people are waiting. So I think it's the GDP one I'd like you to focus on. Thanks.
Yes, thanks, Paul. Yeah, I mean that figure of 25% is one I've been trying to verify in various ways. It's cited a lot, but it is for a very poor country emerging out of the colonial period. Senegal is spending a lot of money, and he's doing things like establishing this festival, which loses quite a bit. It costs Senegal quite a bit of money, even though they get UNESCO funding. For example, the Musée Dynamique is made with UNESCO, is built with UNESCO money. But he's establishing art schools. There's a tapestry school. There's a sort of distinctive mode of art that's designed on tapestry. And there's a school that's built in Thiès. There's sort of publishing initiatives with the Senegalese editions, the Nouvelles Éditions Africaines has government money behind it. So there's a range of initiatives across different contexts, but it's very much it's something that resonates with what was talked about in other papers earlier in the questions of how you establish something like this that's not a top-down initiative. That this investment in culture doesn't bypass the lived culture. So I always think that the Musée Dynamique, that wonderful sort of Greek temple on the coast, is a classic example of how you create this elite level cultural location that is then subject to the whims of the state. So at a point in the mid-1970s, Senghor had established all of these wonderful exhibitions that had come. So Picasso exhibitions toured to Senegal, and Soulage and other people. And then in the mid-1970s, he closes it and gives it to a dance school. He just closed it down overnight. And then several years later, it became the Supreme Court of Senegal, which it still is today. So yeah, it was very much an investment in a wide range of arts, but that was driven by a top-down vision from the state. And when the state retreated, when you have the sort of structural adjustment policies of the 1980s, that a lot of these things wither away, and there have been attempts to salvage them in recent times, but not necessarily very successful.
Thank you. I don't know if Paul has some additional question. Paul?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I'm now calling Miguel Rojas to put his question to you.
Oh, thank you, Liliana. Thank you, David. And thank you for the tone of these last two presentations. Nancy, Ranjit, and David have brought a really interesting tone that is a critical tone, but it's also a diacritical tone in which we have to look at this events in a larger spectrum, right? And it's these conversations that are taking place vis-a-vis, for example, Pan-Africanism and the whole Negro arts movement in the Americas, right? And the recognition of the advances of processes of decolonization, but also the process of emancipation of subaltern subjects, African diasporic subjects in the US during the Harlem Renaissance, or the incredible amount of cultural expression taking place in the Caribbean and South America. I mean, we have in that first Negro arts exhibition festival, even people showing capoeira from Brazil, or all the sounds and rhythms and practices of African diasporic spaces in the Caribbean, plus, of course, the major group of artists coming from the US that I think took away a little bit of the potential of that dialogue, right, between Senegal's rich cultural output and the rest of the world, right? And it was this differential between the big delegation coming from the US, these big names, vis-a-vis others, right? And I think there is a large volume produced by UNESCO in '68 with the Congress that took place during the Negros Festival. So it's like 600 pages long, in which we have seminal speeches by Lawson Hughes, but also by people in the Caribbean like Edouard Glissant and many others, and Senghor, of course. Very important document for us to understand. And to bring Nancy also into conversation, and it's something that happened also in the Havana Biennale, that by showing major art pieces or major artists, you try to legitimize your space, right? By copying the model of national exhibitions or national pavilions or the exhibition as a complex, right? The white walls museum, white cube kind of a space, you try to legitimize your operation, right? The triennials or the biennials, etc. But also, what is interesting is when bringing these other voices into, and I would love to hear more from her about these folk pieces, and there is in the chat also something about the Lubana Triennale on that, by allowing these other voices that were not part of the art constructs, right, that legitimize these institutions or these events, you will really giving a space for that dialogue to happen. In Havana, we had very important exhibitions of folk art coming from Latin America to Havana on craftsmen showing their work side to side to the major artists in the exhibit, or the African mask from Senegal, actually, side to side to the major artists, or special exhibits looking at the diasporic elements on the work of important like Jean-Michel Basquiat. Right? Jean-Michel Basquiat in Havana is an exhibit that looks at Jean-Michel Basquiat beyond this iconic modernist artist that became a market genie, but using him as this proxy to look at how an Asian diasporic subject can take, into the construction of an imaginary that is urban, but that is connected to Santeria and religion and all sorts of other things. And I think there is where we can just bring the issue of the non-alignment, right? The third voice, how the third voice can happen. But many of these elements are lost in translation in the archive because they were not legitimized in the model. Then we have to go back and check the archive and look the archive through the grain, or try to find the voices or the spaces in which these events or these other things were happening. Thank you so much.
Well, I can do a very quick initial one, because I know we want to bring Nancy back in on that question, but just to say that in general, I think that looking at festivals and biennales of this kind, there's always an official version of what it was about and what art is curated and brought into dialogue with other pieces there. But there's always something that's missed that the organizers can't control. And it's to go back to my answer to a previous question about the archive of the 66 festival, that it's the dialogue that takes place when you have lots of people who come together to experience these things, these cultural moments. That's really what's so exciting about them. And one of the things that was most interesting for me was conducting interviews with people who say were opponents of Senghor's regime in the 1960s. And we were interviewing them and said, well, why did you go? Why didn't you boycott it if you were so against Senghor? And they said, what, like missed the chance to meet Soyinka and Aimé Césaire? And this was a dialogue with everybody. There was the black world was coming together. Langston Hughes was there. Why would we boycott it? And it was the excitement of that potential for dialogue that motivated people. And so it's getting beyond the official narrative of this event represents these things. And that's like, to go back to when I originally came to this project, I'd read, it was in a biography of Senghor, and it was just giving a chronology of his career. And it said 1966, Dakar Festival, the apotheosis of negritude. And I had been working on Usman Samben for many years at that stage, and he won a prize at the festival and was a major opponent of negritude. And how can this be the festival of negritude if Samben won a prize? There's something going on there. Yeah, so Samben showed up, so it must have been about something else. And I think that's what we get in these contexts. Nancy might like to come in for.
Nancy, would you like to respond to Miguel? But you have to switch on your microphone.
Oh yeah, sorry, forgive me. Yes, thank you for your comment, Miguel. And I was in fact thinking when you were talking about the various transcultural encounters that were made possible during the Cold War period, and you brought in the Havana Biennial. And I was thinking of the 1989 edition of the Havana Biennial, which, as Rachel Weisz has talked about, how it brought the discursive and the exhibitionary together. Normally, the exhibitions would have a conference tagged onto it, but in the 1989 edition, the discursive was very much woven into the exhibitionary format itself, and it wasn't divorced from the exhibitionary. So I was just thinking about one of our distinguished art critics, Geeta Kapoor, who was invited to this conference, along with, of course, many other historians and critics from Asia, Africa, and Latin American countries. And I think that Geeta Kapoor, in fact, has talked about how the Havana conference was extremely important for her at a discursive level, because it brought her into contact with Latin American artistic practices, which otherwise, she only knew about in a more sort of perhaps in a vague manner, or not well enough. And I think that that also allowed her to think, to in a way extend the discursive map, and bring in other forms of transcultural encounters into her into the artistic discourse. So I think that these so when we talk about biennial formats, of course, you can be, of course, we must be critical of them. We must not valorize them. As Yelena said, we have to be able to read the rhetoricity of the biennials, or the official rhetoric, whatever that may be. But alongside that, I would suggest that another way of also being able to read the biennial histories is to look at the surplus that is left behind. And that surplus, the political and aesthetic surplus that is left behind from the biennial event, is something that is not necessarily, that cannot be controlled by the official rhetoric or by this or that, commissioner of this or that national pavilion. It is something that the people, the viewers, take away with them, or the critics or the historians who attend a conference. And I think that that's something also that we perhaps need to take into account, because there are intangible effects of biennials, which perhaps which are not recorded, which you will not find in an archive, but they are made possible by the biennial format. Of course, biennials have also become very generic today, and we know that they have grown so large that they've almost imploded on themselves. So there are many things that we can critique the biennial format about. But I think that this notion of the surplus is something that is worth taking into account, because we are always reading the histories of the biennials through the archives, especially the first few editions of the Triennale India or the Havana Biennial and so forth. But there are things which will not exist in the archive. In fact, I was just thinking about the Gwangju Biennial. And as we know, the Gwangju Biennial began in 1995, and I was its co-artistic director in 2012. And one of the interns who was working with me on my exhibition at the biennial told me about how, right from the time when they were in school, they are bused in large numbers to the biennial. And of course, there are kids who will sort of, just run through the biennial because, it doesn't mean anything to them. But at the same time, this intern, who then becomes part of the Gwangju Biennial 2012, was, her imagination was extended because of the biennial, because of attending the biennial, and then she comes to work for it. And there are many such stories that you actually hear if from the inside of biennial making. So there are stories. These are stories which never really get cataloged. They spread word of mouth. But I think that these invisible stories are also part of what a biennial makes possible. And it is something that's even worth thinking about, apart from all the exclusions.
Thank you so much. I agree with you 100%. I had the opportunity to interview Geeta Kapoor while doing a couple of events with Okwi and Wester. I was his intern in a couple of his last events. And we talk about it precisely on my research on Havana, how these gray spaces, what is not said officially, is what is taking, an important space within the production, critical production of people writing about art from non-hegemonic spaces, and what artists take out of the experience, right? Like David was saying, as how these poets and musicians on both sides of the Cold War divide can just enjoy a couple of drinks while experiencing major poetry and music of Africa. But yeah, I love the tone, and I think that's something that this workshop can take into to develop further for the project itself, right? How to bring these gray spaces, what you call the surplus, and how we can go there, right? We'll need different kinds of tools beyond the archive to the construction of the archives of affect. That is how I call the way I build my maps. Only through dialogue and proximity, you can create this alternative mapping of events that in otherwise you will just have the hard letter in the archive to relate to. And you have to go there, you have to interact with people, you have to create relations, and that takes time. But there are still lots of subjects that are able to speak, or just go and look at the archive in a different way, right? Look at, decentralize it. And in that sense, you need people that are trained to do it, or that are outside of this access, right? We people working in the US through institutions probably are not anymore well trained to do that. We'll need to bring other people to look with us through that archive. But thank you so much for both of your presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your contributions, and to David and to Nancy and to Miguel. And we shall take still another question by Boyana Videkanic. Boyana also wanted to ask a question after your presentation, Nancy. So I think this might be directed to you. So Boyana, please pose your question.
Hello, thank you, Nancy, and thank you, David, for your presentations. It was a real pleasure to listen to what you were saying. One of the things, I guess it's not a question so much as a comment. Ljubljana Biennale is only one of many cultural events that were organized in the exchange with non-aligned and other countries in Yugoslavia. So we really want to emphasize that. We're, talk about Ljubljana Biennale, and I've written about it myself, but it's the field is much larger. And when you mentioned folk art had a very well represented place in Yugoslavia. In fact, there is a museum that still exists of naive art in Zagreb. And so there was another sort of parallel track to this, to the kind of, how should I say, mainstream art, or not even mainstream art, but like art in the Biennale, such as Ljubljana, with the not naive art. And there was a lot of representation from Haiti and from Cuba, an exchange of artists for that. So I think that there's a broader, and I understand that, of course, as you pointed out yourself, Nancy, you're not an expert on Yugoslav art, but I think what I would like to add to what you were excellently pointing out in your presentation is this broader context of multiple kind of networks and networking opportunities. And David, I was wondering if you've, I don't know if you were involved, because I'm still trying to buy this book. It's kind of expensive. It's came out a few years ago, I think, Antone Njabe's Chimurenga, where he's the editor of Chimurenga online magazine, and they published a collection of essays on the not just Dakar, but other festivals as well. So I don't know if you're familiar with that. And one of the things that perhaps adds to what Paul was asking is the idea of an art school. And when Senghor came to power, he gave a lot of money to establish the art school of Dakar with Papa Ibertol, who became kind of a leading figure in developing a very kind of particular art that was based on indigenous production in textiles and so on. So I would think that a lot of the material support had to go for that, and the school was quite influential. So I wonder if you found anything on that, and I know you probably did write about it in your excellent text on the festival. So I just wanted to ask you about that.
Should I go first, or? Yeah, just in terms of the point about Chimurenga, there has been a sort of an explosion of interest in these issues in recent times. I know the Chimurenga one, they have a volume on Festac 77 that was produced.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, it's a massive volume. So one I thought about doing, but that's another couple of years of work for Dakar 66, of just all of the materials you've gathered to bring to life. I love Miguel's idea of the archives of affect, of the experience of being there and how it was lived. And there's an Inca special issue from a year or two ago that has quite a lot of global Black consciousness, I think it's the title. Yeah, in terms of investments, yes, Senghor is investing in the schools, and there are people who emerge as cultural leaders or prominent cultural figures in the arts world, and who are driving things forward, and that become sort of representative artists in many ways. And I think that's what happens in a small country like Senegal. And then you get a reaction against that. By the 70s, you have all of the people around Joe Wakam and Issa Sam, the Laboratoire Agitapt, emerges by the early 70s. That's in reaction against the official state scene. It goes back to a comment that was made earlier on, I think it was Nancy's paper, about talking about when you have official patronage, and that becomes part of the scene, and you have artists who are willing to work within that, and then artists who want to place themselves outside of it. So that you do get an interesting scene that develops through the 60s and 70s, but then all of that funding just evaporates, the state retreats, and it takes quite a while for the art scene in Senegal to recover after that. I don't know if Nancy wanted to intervene on.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Luciana, for your comment. And I would love to read your chapter in your new book on the Ljubljana Biennial.
And one of the things that I think that what you, Nancy, pointed out, and I really appreciate that comment, is the fact that these people who were organizing exhibitions and who were organizing and working with the NAM, they had to work, and this is the point that I also make, they had to work with a system in which they had to decolonize, create a whole new country, and then also participate and compete with the countries that had 100-year or more of cultural production based on the colonization practices of exploitation. So these countries had to put themselves in a nation state structure of the world, the global system, and compete within that in a very, very rapid manner. So we're often sort of critiquing this idea of the nation state and the national centralized kind of system, but we forget that they had to do it because they were forced politically, because there was no other way for the people to participate. And we often, from this perspective, critique the biannual exhibition and the kind of national model, but how else were they supposed to? They were already ignored. So they had to be very pragmatic as to how they approach this, because they were ignored, because they were on the periphery. So how else do you navigate these things?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that point in. I'll just very quickly respond to it. You're absolutely right. The commissioners, the officiandos of these biennials have to be extremely pragmatic. And in fact, some of the tropes that I'd like to use to study these early biennial histories comes from post-colonial theory. Tropes such as sly civility, or complicity. So again, these are tropes that we can use to critically, in a way, perforate the biennial rhetoric, but at the same time, also empathize with the circumstances in which these people found themselves, the artists, the commissioners, and so forth. So I absolutely agree with you. So we have to be able to, we are looking at everything from hindsight, but we also have to see them in their own circumstances, still critique them, and yet understand what were their options and how. And that's why I brought in these terms of sly civility, of doubling, doubling of consciousness, complicity within the political mandate, and at the same time still being able to do something beyond that political mandate, so paying lip service to the nationalist agenda, yet making space for an alternative way of doing things. So they were constantly juggling all these different motivations, aspirations, mandates. In fact, I think Rakesh or somebody asked, why do I bring in Homi Bhabha's term in-betweenness? Does that really reflect the transcultural encounters? But I would say yes, it does, because Homi Bhabha's notion of in-betweenness, or the third space, is something that we can use to extend the NAM narrative. And I will explain how, because in the classical sense, what Bhabha is talking about when he talks about the third space, just like the third position of NAM, is that he's talking about how you don't have to be dictated or defined either by the colonizing culture or by the colonized culture, but you find that in-between space, the intermediate improvisatory space, and use that to construct your own subjectivity, to produce new forms of being in the contact zone. So I think, these are, I think that some of these tropes will help us to read the biennial narrative against the grain.
Thank you very much for your contributions to today's session. Thank you for the questions you posed. Thank you to people who are following this session. We took some liberty to extend the time that we planned to spend together. So we are like almost half an hour longer. I hope you will excuse us because some of the discussions are very interesting, and we had a very interesting lesson. I'm grateful and thank you once again to the presenters, and I would just thank you for the people who were following the presentations today. And I will now give word to Sanya, who will give some technical information regarding tomorrow's sessions. Thank you once again for wonderful presentations.
Thank you.
So thank you, Lilian, as well. Just to finish off, it's very late, and I hope you all enjoyed as much as we did these discussions and exchanges. Tomorrow we are meeting at the same time, 4 p.m. Basically, the instructions are the same. I sent to all of the participants who registered, and also to the lecturers, the information on the links that you should follow. I just want to use this opportunity to thank to our technical support here in the room, Boris and Philip, who have been bearing with us. And see you tomorrow. I wish you good night, good evening, and good night.
Bye.
Azi kandidatywanie već igra nogomet. Još igra. Extra